Thank you, thank you. How did you get in my chat before even I did? Why is it not showing on this main chat? That's so weird. I don't know why it never shows like YouTube chat on this screen. Okay, I definitely need to move this stuff around. Ooh. Is that better? No, that made my vision even worse for it. Let's. Oh, I need to. Okay, I already did that, I guess. What would be the best way to fix this? That? Okay, that's the best solution, I guess. Huh? Let me... No? How do I fix this? Quality... Advanced. $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1. What? 1 second. This one? Yeah, okay. Hello, 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 VOD. Hello, chat. I don't know why, but I think from my debut and today, my mic, for some reason, sound. Why is that? Okay, I don't know why that VTube Studio thing was popping up. Good thing I noticed that now. Now I forget. I have to learn new things. But during my debut in this stream, my mic sounds different. Like, it sounds, in my opinion, better and like clearer, kind of, without being too loud. But I don't know why that is, because I didn't change anything. It just randomly started sounding better. So I guess, hopefully that's not just my imagination. Hopefully it actually sounds better. But hello. Um, Tomorrow is my 10-year anniversary. I'm not at all sure what I'm gonna do for it. I know I want to play this like birthday game by the people who made Bite Night. Other than that, I have no clue. Maybe watch some old videos of mine and cringe. Maybe. But hopefully you join for that. And also, after my debut, I had like another lucid dream. I won't get into that today, but whenever I decide to finally pull out a just chatting stream where I actually just chat, I will talk about the stuff that I've been adding to for like the past week. But until then, we are doing some more Stephanie Sue reacts. My first time, I think, watching a Rotten Mango video live, because I kind of avoided doing them live, but I also find it hard to do like hour-long reacts not on live, so I'm gonna try that out. And also 3 other creators reacts today. The first 2 will be Stephanie, and then the 3 will not be her. But okay, is that everything? I think so. And this is my first stream on my react channel with this one, and the first reaction videos I'm doing this one. So hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully my phone does not explode, because this will be over 2 hours and it was dying on 1 hour. Well, it wasn't dying because it's literally on like a charger stand thing, those MagSafe things. But it was like hot to the touch. Like maybe like a low heat stove top is how hot it was. So fingers crossed, kind of, that it doesn't happen again. But let's get into it. Ooh, where is it at? Wow. Okay. Ooh. I need to fix. Okay, there we go. Is my I can't tell if my model is a good size or not. I forgot how big mine was. Okay. Huh? Is my Am I a little quiet? I can't tell. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay. And then I need to get this. Okay. And then YouTube intro time. What's it? I started talking before I even pressed record. Hello. Just in time for me to do my intro a million times. Good morning. I am not bleached, okay? My hair just grew out. My hair is not normally orange. Okay, I need to take a drink. Boy, do I love the taste of flavored water that is very diluted and no longer tastes good. Okay. Restaurant chain Billionaire crashes out over influencer review and loses 600 million in a month. That is a tongue twister. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic. Welcome to Mistic Reacts. Today we're watching another video by Stephanie Sue. Billionaire chain. Fuck. Okay. Probably need like 2 minutes to do this intro. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and today I'm watching another video by Stephanie Sue. Chain. Can you tell I'm dyslexic? No. Be nice to YouTube. Be nice to YouTube. Restaurant chain Billionaire crashes out over influencer review and loses $600 million in a month. Can I not blink? Let me try. Okay, I just need more light on me. I might need to blind myself so my tracking works a little better. Oh shit, I almost just turned the strobe lights on. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, I can blink kind of right. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and welcome to Mistic Reacts. Today we're watching another video by Stephanie Sue. Restaurant chain Billionaire crashes out over influence review and loses $600 million in a month. That is quite a lot, but realistically, probably deserved. Also, if you notice something different about me, I got a haircut. That's all that's different about me. But hello, this is streamed live on Twitch. So, if you don't already, follow me on Twitch, and let's get into the video.
I'm not entirely sure what's been going on in this world, but I feel like everybody who owns a food company has been off the freaking rocker recently. We had the burger.
Yeah, I can totally relate. I own like 10 million food companies, and they're all pumpkin pie, but I can relate.
Burger wars in the United States, where the McDonald's CEO eats burger.
Oh yeah, okay, this video's a little old, but yeah, I never watched a single one of those.
Everyone starts clowning on him for the way that he ate the burger. Also, he did call the burger a product.
I love this product. It's a delicious product.
So like, it was just all sorts of weird.
It is a product, technically speaking, right?
He was acting like a robot, and then all of a sudden Burger King CEO is like, let me show you how to eat a burger. And then it got to the point where there were too many CEOs trying to show us, the regular people, that they also can eat burgers, and then it just got weird. It was almost like, I want to see every single fucking CEO of every major tech company. I want to see how they do the dishes, because that will tell me everything I need to know about you.
They don't do the dishes.
Because the way someone does the dishes,
be real.
It's like, you've never done the dishes in your life. You can't fake it. Anyway, that has nothing to do with today's story. Today's story is about another food war that's happening in China right now. And I've never experienced a story like this in which one influencer, usually when you hear about influencers and restaurants, it just is going to piss you off, okay? Because it's like,
people
hey, you do pretty well for
workers.
yourself. You don't need to be doing all of that to get a free appetizer. Like, it's just not that serious. Pay for your own food, tip your waiter. It's not that serious.
Right.
But this is a whole different level. This is not an influencer who said, I want a free meal. This is not an influencer who said, do you know who I am? Well, he did do that. But this is the...
Do you know who I am? Do you? I'm Mistic.
Most batch crazy. It's almost as if one influencer, let's say I, almost take down the Cheesecake Factory. That's the type of power we're talking about right now. But first, I have to tell you about Shibei.
So
there's this restaurant called Shibei. It's a huge chain in China. It's like the Cheesecake Factory. It's like, what's another?
Do people
huge
enjoy the
chain
Cheesecake
here
Factory? I found out I think I found out through a Stephanie video that they have actual food at a Cheesecake Factory. Because I've went one time, and they had, all I got was a slice of cheesecake, and I was so happy. because I was like in middle
P.F.
school.
Chang's is kind of pricey. Cheesecake Factory is kind of pricey.
Kind of.
It's not fast food.
That shit
you know
was
what? These days
expensive.
Chipotle is getting crazy with their prices and
What do
their
you mean,
portions, but it's
kind
not
of?
like Chipotle prices. Like you go there to have a sit down meal. You might even have a birthday party there. So it's kind of like Cheesecake Factory, California Pizza Kitchen. I always call it Chicken Kitchen. Okay, it's that level of food. But Shibe doesn't even market towards adults. They market towards the kids. They
Okay,
say,
so, like,
bring your kids
Chuck
in
E.
because
Cheese?
we have the healthiest kid menu that you've ever seen in a chain restaurant. Here's the thing about Shibe. They say you go to any other freaking restaurant and you look at the kids menu, it's 3 things. It's gonna be like chicken nuggets and fries, butter noodles, and that's about it. Grilled cheese.
I love
There's
cheesecake
no
so
real
much.
food for the kids. But Shibe said every order that you have, I mean, the kids menu is just as long as the adult menu. Everything is made fresh. Everything is so good. It's the highest material. It's organic, non-GMO. They do every single ad for their
I hate. I took an agriculture class in not middle school, freshman year of high school, and I hate like genetically modified, organic or whatever. Who cares? It's modified to be better. Who gives a shit? Give me the modified food. I want my food tailored to my taste buds.
Not like organic and non-GMO?
the kids menu is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So they do a lot of advertisements about this. They'll do family advertisements where the entire family is blindfolded.
Why?
Do you see where I'm going with this?
No.
Could you imagine where I'm going
That
with
sounds
this?
scary.
And they're all holding up their chopsticks in the air. It just says, order with your eyes closed. Every dish is delicious. It's just like every single
No.
advertisement. There's this whole advertisement where there's this little girl who's reading the menu at Shibe. And she's like, what does organic mean? And then the waitress is like, I'll
Expensive.
show you, grabs her hand, takes her to the fields. Then she meets another girl who's the daughter of the farmer. And they're like, this is what organic means. We have to look for pests ourselves because we don't use harsh pesticides. And they have a magnifying glass and they see a ladybug. And I'm like, see, that's what would convince me to get into gardening. That's how I try to
That would have convinced me to never eat organic again. Not that I do in the first place. I'd be like, so they could miss bugs. They could miss it. I'm not doing that shit. That would
get into gardening.
That would
And then
scare
I saw
me
the
off
real
it.
bugs that plants attract, and I was like, fuck no, okay? So they're like, we look for the pest.
the
Every
cranberry
seed.
spiders.
Instead of buying 2 Barbie dolls, I bought this organic seed. And then they plant the seed together.
No.
And I
Okay.
was just like, this is cute, but also weird. And then the next one is like, this little kid is at the restaurant and is eating a lamb skewer because they're really big on lamb dishes. And she's like, why is this lamb so yummy? And the parents are like, because it's grass-fed lamb. And then it just takes you to see all the lambs. And I was like, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
This is little Billy. He is gonna be on your plate in about a few months, okay?
But they do that, okay? So with everything that Shibe has been promoting, your impression of the restaurant is certainly their food is going to be made fresh on the spot, prepared with the best ingredients.
Freshly
The brand
slaughtered.
positions itself as a family restaurant, so you're paying premium prices. Their pricing is at a level which
Money, money,
it's
money.
kind of like Din Tai Fung prices.
Explain Din Tai Fung for people.
Okay. Din Tai Fung is a Taiwanese brand of food where you go there. There's locations in California and one in New York. I don't know anywhere else that has one. But you go and you sit down and you say, ooh, you know what? I do want an appetizer. Can I get the cucumber dish? $8. $8 for a fucking cucumber dish.
Tiny. But it's
Then
so
the-
good though.
Then the
Stephanie's
waiter
favorite.
comes out. Oh
It
yeah,
ain't
I do type of
$8
stuff, okay?
good.
So then the waiter comes out.
Pulls up a mukbang video.
Stop! Don't remind me, okay? Stop it right now.
I think everybody actually knows exactly what restaurant we were talking about.
I still cannot walk into a single Din Tai Fung without someone going, I've seen your videos eating Din Tai Fung. And I go, oh. Then the waiter pulls up with this tiny little, you know those like peach tree dishes that scientists use? Like that size
Oh yeah.
of a dish.
Yeah.
And it's precisely one mini Persian cucumber cut into different little slithers, and then dipped in chili oil.
I am not paying
$8
$8 for
I
that.
order it every single time. It's so good. Okay, it's Din Tai Fung prices. So I'm expecting that cucumber was farmed in the back of Din Tai Fung's owner's, founder's house. Like, I'm expecting this cucumber to be out of this world.
I expect
Didn't they say
gold
Din
on
Tai Fung
it.
is like the highest grossing
Oh, yeah.
dollar restaurant in America? Like
Yeah.
one of the locations like the most
Yeah.
brings in the most revenue.
They make so much money. They have pretty much robbed me and my family. My sister, every time she's in New York, the amount of Din Tai Fung she consumes, she goes on Xiaolongbao tours in New York. Okay, that's another story for another time, but it's bad. It's bad. Xibei is like the Din Tai Fung in China. It's not the same, but it's kind of the same. I think it's like Din Tai Fung, Xibei, Haidilao. They're all in that same sphere of they're in every single city. Everybody knows them, and everyone knows that when you go, you're not getting an affordable meal, but hopefully you're getting a good meal. But Xibei, even compared to Haidilao, is super expensive. Haidilao in the US, I
You're
think, is
kidding
really
me.
expensive. But I think Haidilao in China is less expensive because when you get a kid's meal at Haidilao, I don't know why the kids aren't eating the hot pot, but if you get like a kid's meal of a hamburger, I don't know why they're getting hamburgers. You know what? I have so many questions, actually. Okay, but
Why would
there's
they
a
not eat
Chinese
hamburgers?
hamburger that you can order at
Oh, that's so
Haidilao.
good.
Which is hot pot in China.
What is that?
Yeah, it's a hot-
What is that like? Is it cake? I want that. I want that. Can the adults have that? I want that. I want to relive childhood wonder. I never got this kind of childhood.
Burger that you can order
I want
at
that.
Haidilao.
Which is hot pot in China.
Yeah, it's a hot pot, so you would think it's something else. Like you would expect some sort of dry pot for the kids or something, but no, they get a hamburger on the kids menu, and it's $1.28
Oh,
if you use a coupon.
Oh.
Without the coupon, it's $4.25. But everybody uses coupons in China. Oh yeah, my researchers were telling me.
I love
"You
China
know
then."
What the coupon game is in China? They're like, oh my god, you're so dumb. So they're like, okay, let's say you come to China, the
Oh
food
my
delivery
God, I
game.
remember the coupon now when I was young.
What do you mean? Why are you?
Because when you get a coupon, you actually save the coupon. Because that's your like future meal. Like it gives you the day. You can enjoy this in the next 2 months. So you keep that coupon until you can afford the burger. So you go there, hand in the coupon, the money. Oh, I remember this now.
Wait, that's
They don't
so
do that
cute.
here?
They do, but the coupons and
I miss how coupons used to be. I was too young to fully exploit them, but I remember coupons and like circling stuff in magazine books. Or like newspapers. I miss it. I miss it.
America kind of asked. It's like when you spend $50,
When you
get
download
30
our
cents
app,
off.
you get
And I'm like,
one free
then I might as well
fry.
not spend the $50 to get 30 cents off. But my researchers were telling me it's not even just the coupons. Coupons and delivery systems are crazy.
Okay.
So they were saying in China right now, it's been a problem. All the food delivery apps. You know how Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash, they're all a luxury in the US. Like I want to use it for every meal. It's like, oh, okay, like now you're paying for the delivery and tip as you should. As you
Right.
should. You got to tip the drivers. However, in China, I guess the major companies are in such a battle of who's going to take over the delivery space that the deliveries are so quick and they're cheaper than if you were to go to the restaurant yourself.
Oh,
So
damn.
people will actually do the thing where they get on the delivery app, redeem the coupons inside the restaurant, and then pick it up and take it to go.
Oh.
Because
I see.
they'll
give
see
you
the
discounts.
price, yeah, online on the delivery app, and then see it in person, and it's cheaper on the delivery app.
Wow.
Yeah, so they self-deliver. They self-deliver. It's been crazy, okay? Now, Haidilao, kids menu, $4.25, $1.28. Xibei, much more expensive.
Okay.
Much more expensive. You're talking about like at least $6 and then easily goes up.
And also, just so people know, $6 doesn't sound like a lot.
To
but
me,
in China,
it does.
Times 7.
Yeah.
That's 42. Just imagine spending $42.
To me,
on a
7
kid's
is a
meal.
lot.
Like, literally, because that's kind of how much people make, and you know.
On a
very-
child.
Exactly.
I
Right.
just have a question for parents out there. If you have a child and let's say you got a piece of delicious lobster and the best part is the top part of the lobster, do you give it to your 2-year-old who doesn't appreciate the taste of lobster, or do you consume it because that kid doesn't appreciate the taste of lobster yet. Well, maybe when they're 10, they'll appreciate it. Like,
Expose yourself.
I'd steal the kids'
I'm
food.
so curious about it because I see my sister and she's like saving all the good parts. And I'm like, hey, so I met your kids. They're gremlins and they'll eat like sticky rice off the floor. I think you should also enjoy some food once in a while. She's like saving all the pretty parts. I'm like, this is crazy. I've seen the way your kids eat. Okay. No, anyway, their food ranges around like $6 for a kid's meal. And the best comparison that I can give you is there's no comparison. It's just a solid restaurant, mid-range to high-end, and everybody comes and it's a good time. It's the family restaurant brand. And not to mention, when you go into Shibei, they give you an hourglass and they guarantee that all the dishes are going to be served before the hourglass ends. I don't know how much time is in that hourglass, but if it doesn't come in that time, you get your meal for half off.
Damn.
Should it not be an hour?
September 10th, 2025. There's this influencer.
2 days before my birthday. Is that when? Is that when? What?
By the name of Lo.
Did that pop up? That was weird. I guess I might need to change my controls. But I think that's... Is that when someone was in stable condition? I think so.
Now, Lo is a very interesting influencer because he looks like a middle-aged physics teacher. I don't know how else to describe Lo to you. He's got a dad build, he's got a physics teacher build, and he wears glasses, and his hair is like a little bit past the prime all the time. It's like every time you look in the mirror and you go, I should probably shower and wash my hair. That's how his hair is all the time, and I love
he
him.
talks just like a physics teacher too.
Yes.
With no, what is it?
No, his cadence is just pure monotone.
But
he's top string influencer.
Yeah, he is.
He's the speed of China.
Yeah, he's ISO speed of China, and this is how he looks, and this is how he talks. And honestly, I think it's kind of endearing. But he goes onto Twitter, or like Weibo, which is Chinese Twitter, and he posts, "It's been a long time since I last ate at Shibei. After getting off the plane today, I had a meal there with my colleagues, and I realized almost everything was pre-prepared, and it was still so expensive. It's honestly disgusting. I really hope the government pushes legislation soon to require restaurants to clearly indicate whether they use pre-prepared food." Okay, let me give you some context. There is also a war going on in China of pre-prepared food. Okay. This is a huge thing in China. So when you go into a restaurant, everyone is expecting you to get the wok flavor. They say that's why you go out to eat. You eat at home because you need it to be affordable and it's good. And sometimes you order food because it's frozen, cheap, but that you're expecting pre-prepared food. Pre-prepared meaning these restaurants are almost like ghost kitchens. Okay. They have a big distribution center. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I need to explain the food dishes that you eat in China to people because when you go to eat at a restaurant, like it's not sesame chicken, right?
Okay.
It's a lot of dishes. It's a lot of different dishes, and you cook with fresh ingredients.
Yes.
So it's like you throw veggies and oil and you stir fry it, chicken, like whatever. You stir fry it versus pre-produced food is almost like fast food because everything is kind of in the package.
Yes.
You dump it out of the package, you reheat it basically.
Oh, okay. So I guess the best comparison would be if you go to a fast food chain and you get a burger and that burger patty has been frozen and then they just heat it up, throw it on the buns, put some sauce on
which
it, put
is
some chopped
fine.
lettuce, which is fine. It's fine. But you're also expecting to pay the price of fast food.
Yes.
Because you're like, oh, I know the price. I know what I'm getting. Like, I know I'm not getting like a fancy cooked meal. It's fine as long as everybody knows, right?
Yeah.
But then if you go to a nice restaurant and they say, hey, I want $20 for this burger, I'm expecting
Yeah.
someone on the grill
Yeah.
pressing my burger patty down, smashing it with his bare fist,
They better
adding an
fuck the
heirloom
burger for
tomato on
$3.
top. Like, I'm expecting the highest quality burger that I've ever inserted into my mouth. That's what I'm expecting. And that is what's going on with Shibe, or at least you would assume, until Lo, the influencer, comes around and he says pretty much everything in that restaurant has been pre-prepared. Meaning, if you were to order some sort of delicious broth, well,
course.
guess what? It's not delicious because he thinks it comes from the main kitchen, which is outsourced, and then they just heat it up at the store.
They microwave it.
They microwave that shit. And he's like, what's the difference of me just going to get ready to eat meals from the freezer section of the grocery store and then cooking it at home? It would be a lot cheaper. So he posts this all over Weibo and it starts going viral. And I just need to give you some context on Lo. And I think that Lo's life and career history is one of the most fascinating things that I have ever witnessed, because he is, at the end of the day, someone who fails at everything except being an influencer. I don't know how it worked out, but like, he has failed everything else prior to that. Like, he was actually considered one of the very first batch of influencers that made it to the spotlight.
He's old, by the way. He's like
Oh yeah.
probably 50s.
Yeah, he's like the Wang Sutong of the influencers, but just like very different. So he's clearly not as rich as Wang Sutong, although he is quite a very wealthy man, okay? Not nearly as rich. A little bit older, definitely. More nerdy. And he's got time. This man has time. So when Wang Sutong goes after other celebrities, he'll do a tweet and then he'll forget about it because he gets very busy buying his dog, I don't know, diamond-crusted watches. And then he'll remember it and then he'll come back to it and do another tweet. But this man takes time. If he doesn't like someone, he holds a press conference. I'm not even fucking kidding you. He's done this every single time he didn't like someone.
Really?
He holds a press conference.
And people eat it up.
Yes, and people show up. It's not even him sitting there live streaming and eating dinner and being like, you know what, I will address the rumors. It's not like that. It's a there's a podium. There's people sitting in a line. It's a press briefing.
I want to be this toxic.
We need to do stuff like
This
that more.
little hater.
We need to do that here. Like, I don't want these like drama breakdowns anymore. I want everyone to have press conferences. I want it to be live streamed. I want a bunch of drama channels sitting as in the press pool. And then they're raising their hands, asking questions. That's what I want. Could you tell me, are you Alex IX or EX? Like, I need that. I need that in a press conference format. I don't want interviews. I want a press conference. So that's what he does. And this man actually started off as an English teacher. So the fact that he can understand this entire video is sending me into a different dimension. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that you were nerdy.
He does look like a teacher. No wonder
does.
he carries himself like a teacher.
Yeah. And he blew up on the internet because people said that he was very comedic in his teaching.
Really?
Yeah, and then that's when it clicked for me.
Uh-huh.
That you and I grew up so differently.
Oh, because that's like my English teacher?
No, because like I watched the clips that went viral of him where he's like making jokes, and I'm like, this is the most boring class I've ever been in. And so
really?
I'm like, oh, I guess most classes are very serious in China. So he has a very laid back style. Where he
we're
likes
learning
to tell
about
stories as he
food.
teaches, which I feel like is a very common thing in the
restaurants
US.
in
But,
China.
Yeah.
And shit's gonna go
he's
down.
like you know, when you watch those TikTok videos of the stand-up comedians who post their own stand-up sets because nobody else will post them, and like it's good enough that you'll watch it until
there are some good comedians, but most of them are pretty popular. So I feel like the ones she's talking about probably aren't.
the end, but you're not like cackling
You're not hearting it.
and you're not like sending it to your friends. You're
Yeah.
just like, okay,
All right.
and then you swipe, and then it's a dog, and then you're like, ah, and then you swipe, and it's
We
Hashi,
have,
and then
we
you're
have
like,
different
computer?
For You pages.
You know, like it's just one
My
of those
For You
things,
page is
and
just
that's him.
anime
So
women.
the lectures go viral because everyone's like, this guy is so funny. I don't hear a single laugh in the audience, but they're like, this guy is so funny. So then he starts teaching English online, and then he gets listed as one of the top 10 influencers in China in 2005.
As a teacher, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's like, I'm gonna leave teaching and really spread my wings. So he creates his own business called Bulog.
Blog?
It's spelled Bullog.
Blog. Okay.
Blog.
Blog. He wanted it to be Reddit. So it was a blog. Okay. And after a few years, it went bankrupt. And then the website shut down. Then he started an English tuition center called Low and His Friends English Academy. And that also failed. And then in 2012, he decided that he was going to make smartphones. I don't know what's happening with this guy. So then he created a brand called Smartisan, a smart artisan.
Smartisan.
He said, this is going to beat Apple. You don't even know. He went bankrupt. And he was 8 figures in debt, USD. Wait. He was like $10-20 million in debt.
Damn.
And then he had an air purifier. Okay, I
had to count the zeros.
Fact check this because when a researcher was telling me about it, and I was like, are you just making shit up right now? Because that would make me upset. And she was like, no, I swear. And I low-key didn't believe her. I'm so sorry. So then I asked somebody else, and I was like, can you just fact check that for me?
We all would.
It doesn't make sense. And they're like, no, it's real. So he started a humidifier company called Jose Tronco. I don't know what the fuck.
Jose Tronco?
Yeah, and he also had a sound system company that he called David and Shelley.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
He just makes like different electronics?
Yeah, but why would he name it David and Shelley? Who are David and Shelley?
Maybe he has a friend
Who's
named
Jose?
David and
I
Shelley.
think sometimes
What? What?
sometimes what they would do,
Hello.
Yeah.
you make it sound foreign.
So that people want to pay for it.
So people think it's like a foreign brand. I'm serious.
Yes, maybe that's what he was doing.
Yeah. You want to make it sound exotic.
Yeah, so David and Shelley
I'll have a
was the
Mistic.
sound system. He also made an electronic cigarette brand called Wild, VVILD. I don't know, a suitcase company. All of these failed. It was at this point where he was named the industry death lamp because everything he touches just dies.
Oh,
Then in
that's
2020,
mean.
he decides, let me just try live streaming really quick.
He started in
paid off all
2020?
his debt through selling.
We don't just appreciate it. Don't worry about why. Is this the same dude who was the old dude? I forget. But is if he's one of the first 2020 really? I would have thought like 2010s.
And then he started a live streaming company where it's called Be Friends Holding Limited. I don't know what his obsession with English is. And then successfully listed it in China. I think
He went public?
Yeah.
Damn.
There was one live stream where I think he had $14 million in sales of products in one live stream. I think there was another one where he broke $25 million sold in a live stream.
Wow.
Yeah.
Money.
I think it's because he doesn't oversell things. He's just like a dad selling shit. And you're like,
Here's this
you know
shitty
what,
ass
Mr. Lowe,
vacuum.
I think I will buy that. Because he's just like, it's just okay, you know? So if you want it, it's okay. I mean, the price is okay. So what you're going to get is okay. So, okay. You're like,
Okay.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess I'll buy that. But one thing I will say that has never changed is his constant popularity. People like him. People like that he's a knockoff Wang Sutong. People like that he's very honest and that he just, I will say, he is dependable. I feel like if I had a problem, I could go to him. I think that he would be quite judgmental about my problem, but I think he would help me fix it. That's the vibe he gives.
Okay.
Let me give you an idea. There is the Siemens,
What?
the refrigerator
Oh,
company.
西门子.
Why did you look at me like I was crazy when I said Siemens?
We
西门子.
Okay. Siemens.
Siemens.
And he was like, no, it's a Chinese brand. I was like, I've never heard this brand. And he's like, it's a Chinese brand. And I was like, really? It doesn't sound Chinese. I Google it. It's like a German brand. And he goes, oh, no, but we all have it in China. And I said, okay. So then the Siemens refrigerator and washing machine, they sell a bunch of household appliances. And he goes online and he's like, hey, listen up, Siemens. I got your refrigerator. I got your fucking washing machine. And both of them have broken down one after another. I would never buy this unlucky brand ever again. Let me tell you something. He says 9 times out of 10, I close my refrigerator door. Then I walk away. And then I come back, it's popped open by itself. Am I living with a fucking ghost? Why is my refrigerator door not closing properly? He's getting pissed off. He posts this, tags
As he should.
Siemens. It gets reposted. It receives over 1,000
They go
comments with
bankrupt.
people saying, I I have the same problem. My refrigerator door keeps popping open. So then he's like, you know what? I've decided to hold a press conference.
Let's go.
So he has a press conference. He's an influencer.
Yeah.
He's having a press conference where he's taking down Siemens. He's like, let me read you of all the anecdotal stories that everybody has. And then he's saying things like, you know, your company sells IQ 100 series refrigerators. Why the fuck are you naming it that when it can't even keep its door closed? Like, he's aggressive. This man
Because if the door can't close right, your stuff won't be cold. Or if it does, it has to take extra energy to stay cold. I would get pissed too.
aggressive, monotone. Everything is monotone. He's not even passionate.
But he's dissing. Like he's
He's like, why would you call it IQ 100 series refrigerators? I really don't have the time or energy to deal with everyone on the whole internet. But for the people leaving comments into this post, we gotta resolve their issues as soon as possible. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself, Siemens. Are you seriously calling this IQ 100?
The fridge sucks.
That's the vibe he gives me. And it's just like, I feel like I did something wrong, okay? Underneath that post, everyone is just like voicing their problems. Siemens doesn't respond. For months, he's going at it. Press conference after press conference after press conference. He's talking to major news publications. He's going out there interviewing himself and other people. Like, he's doing all of it. Even then,
Mistic?
Siemens is not reporting anything. He's going into electronic stores. He's talking to Siemens employees, and all of them are kind of bratty. I don't know why. That pisses him off some more. He gets extra pissed off at that. Like, why are you treating me like I'm dumb? So then what does he decide to do? He has another press conference, but this time outside of the Siemens headquarters in Beijing. And this is actually like quite poetic, but they had lined up 3 Siemens refrigerators, and he's got a mallet. And he just starts beating it to a pulp. And then when all the news stations are like, we gotta go! We gotta go! So then they show up and
that's
they're
like
recording
the
it.
Ramoa fire.
The Ramoa drama is crazy right now. There's this guy who got a Ramoa suitcase, and they're like freaking expensive. Okay, like the big metal one, I think it's like, I don't know, like $2,000. And it was open on the baggage claim. Open. And he said this is the 3rd time it's happened. He's like lighting the Ramoa suitcases on fire. All these different brands are getting involved.
Yeah.
I think even like a condom brand got involved. Wrap it up, pack it up. I don't know, right? So lots of people are getting involved, except for Ramoa. What are they doing? But they even hold up a sign, like a protest. So they beat up the refrigerators, and then they all sit and take like a class photo outside the Siemens headquarters. And it's actually like really sweet. Okay, the sign says, kindly request that Siemens admit their issues and solve the refrigerator door issue. And everyone's just like smiling. So the sheer drama, the sheer bizarreness creates such a buzz online that a few days after smashing the 3 refrigerators, he holds another press conference, and it feels so official. There's like presentations, there's slideshows, there's a mic that he's fidgeting with and it's not working right. He's got a clicker and everything, okay? So he's like, let me show you. From the image above, you can see that this one refrigerator has a white component on the door, while this one does not. That small component is what helps the door close properly. And he explains that these 2 brand new refrigerators he had just purchased, and even offered to show the media the receipts. Clearly, the quality control was off and something had gone wrong because that white part is gone. So the whole point of a refrigerator is to keep the door sealed and maintain a stable temperature. If the fridge can't even keep its door shut well enough to stay cold, then what's the point of a refrigerator? Right. But for months, Siemens did not want to acknowledge this, did not provide us consumers with any sort of solution, and did not offer a formal apology. And everyone's like, trying to put sunglasses on him, you know, in the press conference. Like, people are loving this shit. And so he goes around and he's doing more press conferences until finally the president and the CEO of Siemens China had to issue a formal apology. They had to set up a special hotline and a dedicated Weibo account to assist anyone experiencing issues. They also offered free on-site inspections for those who needed it, and they could install a door closer at no cost.
Hell yeah.
But it wasn't just Siemens. Okay, this guy goes against everybody. Another notable fight was he got into a fight with the CEO of Zealer. Zealer is like a huge tech and lifestyle content platform that was like founded by this guy named Wang. This is back when he had his Smartisan phone. So the Wang guy doesn't like the Smartisan phone, reviewed it, and was like, hey, so it's ass.
Thank you.
So then he was like, you know what? I'm going to fly to your city and we're going to have a press conference debate. So they sit down and do a full debate. They said that this is the closest thing that China has had to a presidential debate. That's what a lot of people were saying. Okay. Yeah, they were saying it was cut
Intense.
to roast other media outlets like Forbes.
I want those kind of presidential debates, okay? Those kinds.
We're even saying this was the closest thing that China had to a presidential debate. That's not me saying that, okay? That was them. And Lo does not come, like, this man does not come to a fist fight with his fist. He doesn't even come to a fist fight with a knife. He comes to a fist fight with
Pew,
a
pew.
fucking F-13 fighter jet and a tanker and drone bombs. Okay, this guy is so insane. He did not bring a PowerPoint because I think the logistics of setting up a PowerPoint, maybe the other guy, Wang, didn't want it. So he had printed out giant flashcards that were twice the size of his body, and he was flipping through them one by one, just going completely overboard, confronting this guy in person.
So he won?
Damn.
Yeah. So, I mean, his phone sucked ass. So the review was valid, okay? But he won the debate. He won the debate because he's that crazy. He'll have headers on his PowerPoint. Incorrect facts. Then he'll put it down and list all the incorrect facts.
So he's a debater. He's like
A master debater.
That's why he's good.
Master
right?
debate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He had another one that just said slander. And then he went on to say that Wang
Fake
is a
news.
slander. And then he said Wang's company has been receiving funding from big tech companies recently. So there's incentive for him to want to shut down a new company that's creating similar things that would be competing in the market against those other companies. He also said, don't talk about being an independent bitch when you're just a fucking whore. I'm not even kidding. He didn't say it like that. He didn't say it like that. But he basically said it. We read in between the PowerPoint slides. We read the line.
Damn. What if he wants to be a whore? What?
He told him,
live.
don't talk about being an independent, thought-provoking person when you've got a sugar mama. So then it turns out, people were like, he's just saying stuff at this point. He's just calling him a little skank with no evidence. Turns out there are rumors that he was dating one of the CEOs of one of the biggest tech companies, and she was funding his lifestyle.
So there was like a secret scandal that was uncovered from this?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Dong Minju?
Dong Minju?
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Thank you,
Who is
thank
she?
you.
I don't know.
Compare her to someone like a Mark, like a Jeff.
I don't know, like Oprah Winfrey? I don't know.
Wait, what?
I just know she's old and rich.
Oh, okay. okay,
I mean,
yeah.
that's all I
valid.
know
that's
too.
all I know. When you hear that name,
Oh,
that's all I know.
Okay, founder of or CEO of Gree Electronics. Have you heard of Gree Electronics?
No.
Okay,
Probably,
so you
maybe
just
some
know
kind
her,
of-
like an old rich lady.
Super rich.
Yeah.
old,
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, of course, both parties have denied such rumors, but he just got his ass wrecked. He just wiped the floor with him and then left with his smartphone. That's what Lo did. And Lo would even publicly say, like, as someone who holds grudges, that's what he says. He's like, look, I am
Me
someone who holds
too.
grudges.
Me
I
too.
never let any sort of thing go unpunished if I feel like I've been slighted. I also have a super highly aggressive personality. I've never lost an argument online. I've been through years of trials and tribulations. I just want everyone to know that my mind is so open-minded and broad that all of the enemies that I've made throughout my life could all fit in my mind and I would still find it so spacious. He said there would still be so much room left.
Oh man, that's so good.
But out of every single person that he's battled, he said there's one fight that he's lost
Oh,
to
yeah?
a Starbucks barista.
Bro.
There's a viral
Legendary.
video of him slapping himself in Starbucks because he's getting very
Please tell me my mouse has not been on here the whole time. Please tell me. It was. Why didn't no one tell me? God damn it. I just noticed that. Okay, well, I fixed the issue. Why?
very confused by the sizes of like the tall
Okay,
grande
let me tell
venti.
people.
Yeah.
So there's this video. I don't really know what that video like started from, but he walked into Starbucks. He's like, I would like, you know why?
yeah.
Because I relate to him.
Why do you relate to him?
Because I still don't know the size difference.
We don't
So-
drink Starbucks anymore, but I know what
Yeah.
you mean. Yes. Okay.
I've never
continue.
had
So you go
Starbucks.
into Starbucks and he said, I would like the medium size cup. And the barista is smiling. She never stopped smiling. She said, "We have 3 cups. This is, what's the size? Grande?
Tall, grande, venti.
Tall,
I don't know the
grande,
system.
venti. But in Chinese, basically it's like, it starts with medium, large, and extra large. He said, out of these 3, I want the medium one.
The middle one.
Yeah. She's like, this one is large. This one is medium. He's like, but out of these 3, I want the medium one. She's like, this one is a large. The other one is the medium. So this go back and forth a few more times, and he just started to slap himself.
And now people just use the meme of him slapping himself when they're just befuddled by any sort of conversation or behooved.
I've never seen that image.
Anything
that
is
video.
blasphemous, you're using that slapping meme. Which, by the way, Starbucks also, everyone needs to chill out. But Starbucks, aside from the news that they've already been in, the CEO recently said, the reason that you're getting a $9 drink from us is for the experience. And everyone said,
What
the
experience?
Will you pay $9 for experience? He said?
Yes. And everyone's like, are we talking about the same?
If the barista does not spit in my drink, it is not an experience. It is pain and suffering. Okay? The only experience I'm getting is my wallet emptying. So I better get something extra in that cup.
Experience that every American has probably experienced in their lives one too many times, and it was not a spectacular experience. That's crazy. I've seen the library cafes that have been popping up in a lot of cities. I think there's one in Atlanta too now. I know there's a lot in New York, but they have a whole bookshelf of books, and you can read them for as long as you're inside the cafe. And you can probably get like a $5 drink and stay there for 3 hours.
Oh.
So talk to me later about experience.
Yeah.
Anyway. Lo posts this whole paragraph about Shibei, how he and his colleagues went there. Everything tasted like prepackaged food. Now, am I a PR person? No. But I think everyone with half a mind would tell Shibei, don't address this. Like, it's not a big deal unless, I mean, do you feel like this is such a big deal that you want to come out and refute this? Like, what's going on, right? Shibei could have just done nothing and nobody would have thought about it twice because it's just an accusation.
His complaint is like, I went into this very high-end restaurant, like I haven't
And
been
it was
back
cheap
for so long.
and
Turns out
frozen
everything in there, you pay
and shit.
premium price for fast food.
But the reason that people didn't think that Shibei should have responded is he didn't even phrase it like that. He was just saying everything tastes like prepackaged food. So it's like, I mean, that's just a subjective opinion.
It just tastes
it's
like
not
shit.
It's not a crazy accusation of like, I went into the kitchen or I saw someone doing something crazy in the back kitchen. It was just like, it tastes like
Right.
Yeah.
and it was expensive and it tastes like ass. So it's like, okay, his followers are going to see that and probably won't go, but I don't think Shibei needs to respond is how a lot of Chinese netizens were feeling. But then you have to realize that the CEO of Shibei, his name is Jia Guolong.
Jia
Guolong. Okay, we're going to call him Jia. And he has a personality that I would say is nearly identical to Lo. Like, they are 2 peas in a pod, 2 boobs in a bra. Like, they are the same person.
Going at war.
The same. That's it, okay? So they're both headstrong debaters. They don't know when to stop. They just grab a knife and they start stabbing, and then it's too late when they look down and they stab their own leg 10 times. Like, you're like, why did you do all of that? This clash was going to become inevitable. The entire drama takes up the whole month of September 2025. Influencers are getting pissed off because they're like, did you not just see I broke up with my boyfriend? Hello? Hello? But no, everyone's like, let me see these 2 middle-aged men spar it out online over food. When opportunity strikes, you have to see.
Good for you.
Moment, say corn office items delivered fast. Same day delivery. It's on Prime. Available in select areas.
Is it just
Terms
one?
apply. So Shibei's boss responds. On that same day, Lo made the post. A media reporter had called one of Shibei's like press outlets to inquire about the issue, and the worker notified them that at their location, all the beef is made in the morning that day. Their noodles are hand pulled. All their vegetables are delivered fresh to the store, made to order. And then Jia comes out and he tells the interviewers, after I saw Lo's Weibo post, I immediately booked a flight to Beijing. You know, my family had all gone to sleep. I was so angry I couldn't fall asleep. It was like 3 a.m. I was downstairs by myself. I had grilled skewers. I ordered a bottle of alcohol. I was smoking a cigarette and I was really thinking about it. I'm like, we don't need all that. Like, this is, imagine the CEO of Cheesecake Factory giving us his life story like this. I would be like, whoa.
I poured myself a glass of whiskey.
Yeah, I got super high and that's why we have 50 cheesecake flavors. Like, what's happening right now? Then they go to the same Shibe location where Lo had eaten, and he starts making several statements to the press and even customers who are now recording. And he said, September 10th, I have this all written down. Lo, 4 friends walk in, order a total of 15 dishes.
So he's talking to the reporter right now. It's not a press conference, right?
No, it's not a press conference.
He's just chatting with a reporter with an iPhone recording, right?
Yeah, and he's giving me the energy of your father. You know what I mean? And I mean that with love. But like, your dad is not the most press ready man. He will look into a camera and say, what the fuck? And that's Gia, and I love that for him, okay? So he's just looking into the cameras and he's like, listen, let me tell you what happened. Lo and 4 friends, 5 of them, they walk into the store, and this is around 2:30 p.m. He's setting the scene. They order 15 dishes. They finish their meal in about an hour. I mean, they're ravenous. They're eating the food. And then they left only 2 dishes unfinished. And then after paying, the staff even asked them, how was your meal? And they said, not bad, which is pretty good, right? So then the servers asked if they want to collect their reward points. And they're like, yeah, let me give you my reward account. They get the reward points. Then they leave. Now, about the 2 unfinished dishes, let me tell you what those 2 dishes were, right? So it was the scallion and ginger grilled fish and the tender grilled lamb chops. They didn't finish the scallion and ginger grilled fish and the tender grilled lamb chops.
How could you not finish
because those 2 dishes always take longer to serve. So they're usually the last ones at the table. So they were served last. And like I said, when our employees asked, how was the meal? They said, not bad. They took their reward points.
Unless someone has a absolutely horrible experience, who actually says, oh, it wasn't that good? Like, unless I think I'm gonna die of, like, I don't know, salmonella, I am not saying, that was shit. Like, I'm gonna eat that, or not eat it, and just say, yum. I'm not gonna say that was shit.
And after an hour, they left. And then they say everything from Shibe is pre-prepared. It's so disgusting. None of our food is pre-prepared. Every dish has its standard cooking process. How the ingredients come, some are from the central kitchen. Some are sent to the store when they're frozen and defrosted and further prepared. Some go into the oven, some go into the seasonings, others go through the cooking process. Every dish has its own standards. So starting tomorrow,
I'm smelling bullshit.
here's what I'm gonna do. And this is when you should.
He got too excited.
Yeah, he saw all the cameras pointed at him and he said, baby, this is why I think you need to run by every single idea to at least 3 different people. I genuinely think that's the only marriages that I've seen work, is you have one person is very impulsive and the other person is like, no, absolutely not. You're not doing that. That's it. When you have 2 impulsive people, it's not going to work. They're going to light the world on fire. You've got 2 people who are like, absolutely not. You're not doing that. They're kind of boring. And I don't think he's getting that from anyone because he's got a big head. So he says, starting tomorrow, we will open all 370 locations nationwide. And I am going to give you full transparency and access to our kitchens. Everyone, you on the internet who has never washed your hand, who wears shoes that have...
That is a health hazard, is it not? All over a tweet, basically? God damn.
Dog shit caked on the bottom. Come into our kitchen and see it for yourself. I don't know how that's sanitarily allowed. Like the health department rolling over in their graves. But he's like, every single person is welcome. That is how we will clear up the issue. That we are not having pre-prepared dishes. What are you guys talking about? So look it up yourself. Come, everyone come. One come, all come. We're all coming together. It's heated rivalry, heated kitchenry, heated cook, heated... You know what's not heated? None of their food, okay? So then people they take that seriously because this blows up on the internet.
The next day, every TikTok is like...
Yes, every influencer, every TikToker, every live streamer, everyone who doesn't even have a TikTok account makes a TikTok account and they're running to Shibe. They're like, this is the best that we've ever seen. Now, none of these chefs that are working in any of these locations are responsible for their boss's actions, and none of them, I will tell you, not a single one of them was prepared. I don't even think there was a company-wide email that was sent out. I think a lot of these people got off their shift, laid in bed to brain rot, and then saw their boss saying that and said, what the fuck are we doing tomorrow? That's what I think happened. They're on Douyin scrolling.
Oh,
so
shit.
then people are coming into the kitchen, reporters are coming in, camera crews are coming in, and there are just multiple.
How do they cook in that situation?
Videos that go viral within moments of Shibe opening their locations across the nation, because you've got a lot of confused chefs. and they mean well. Like, they're so likable. but they're fucking confused. They don't know why you're here. They think they're famous now. So they just start answering questions they don't know the answers to.
What?
I want to hear
Let me
this.
explain. Okay, so one of the first viral moments that comes out is, I know you guys are crazy about your broths. The way that his mom brings over a chicken broth, and she's like, I've been stewing this for the past 48 business days. You drink every last drop. And I go, yes, ma'am. Like, it's, you guys brew this broth for ages. She's like, this is broth from our ancestors. I'm like, yes, ma'am, I'm drinking it. And then the chicken, she's like, you don't even need to eat the chicken in the chicken broth. And I say, but why? It's chicken in the chicken broth. And she goes, the broth has all the nutrients. And there are mushrooms I've never seen inside this chicken soup. It's so good. It's so delicious. So then one of the chefs is like, yes, come in, come in. He looks very confused. He also looks like he just got the job. So he's just, and everyone's pointing the iPhones at him and he looks starstruck. He doesn't know which camera to look at. So he's kind of doing the thing when you take family pictures and you're like alternating between cameras and talking. So he's looking at the camera and he's like, yeah, so I started the like the slow cooked chicken broth this morning, and they're like, oh, let me go look. Now, slow cooked chicken broth almost has this like white color because you've been stewing it for so long. It's like all that gelatin, all that collagen. It's like that. That's the amazing part of it. So then they're looking at it and someone's like, yeah, can you just like go through the soup and show us what's inside? Just fucking broth. So they're like, wait a minute, how do you just have broth? How did you make chicken broth without the chicken? Did you throw away the chicken? Where's the chicken? Right? He's like, no, I add the chicken later. So then they're like, wait, what do you mean you add the chicken later when it's chicken broth? Because you had to cook the broth using the chicken. And that's how you get chicken broth. And he goes, no. Okay, so I get this plastic bag and it has chicken broth in there. I cut it with scissors and then I put it in there and then I slow cook it. How long does it take you to slow cook that? 6 minutes. So everyone goes, how can you say you slow cooked it when it's only been on the stove for 6 minutes? And then there are so many times where these poor chefs get asked questions by these TikTok influencers and they all just look blank. And they all look like, what the fuck? That's a good point. So then he's just like, like, so then where's the chicken? And he's like, oh yeah, let me go get that. So then he brings out another plastic bag. And it says frozen, fully cooked, pre-prepared food. On the bag. Pre-prepared food. On the bag. Expiration date in 9 months. So then he's like, this is the chicken.
I feel like this boss has never seen how his food is made. Someone liked him. Someone told him something and he took it to heart. Someone said, our food is fresh.
No, he just watched the ads for the company. He's like,
oh yeah, that lamb right there?
Yes.
Organic.
We brought the lamb alive to the kitchen, actually.
Oh.
So then he was like, the chef is like, no, it's not like prepackaged food. Because they're like, it literally says prepackaged food. And he goes, it's, we call it like a semi-finished product. Semi-finished. Which again, nothing's wrong with this. You just expect to pay cheaper prices.
But it is fully finished though. It's fully cooked in a plastic bag. But the CEO literally gave them full access. Did he not realize that they are in fact frozen? Did he not realize that?
Not expecting to pay $30 to get your broth out of a bag. Okay? That's crazy.
I think also their marketing. They keep
Yes.
saying it's like fresh.
Oh, and then he points at a pile of frozen desserts. And someone's like, are these fresh? And he goes, no, it came here frozen. But like they're cooked, and we serve them when they're fresh. And he's like showing all the kitchen stuff and he's like, so this is the grilled fish, but it's frozen right now. The skewers, we get them pre-marinated. So are they frozen? Yeah. Okay. So he's just like doing a whole tour and it's progressively getting worse and worse and worse. And then they're
I
like,
love
well, how
this
many
guy.
dishes do you have on the menu? Oh, we serve around like 60 types. How many of them are frozen? Probably a lot of them. Most of them? Yeah, most of them. And then they go to the vegetables.
Just the
They're like,
water's
show me your
fresh?
produce because they're all talking about, oh, come bring your kid here. We got the fresh veggies. And then
Frozen.
he's like, so this is our broccoli and it's frozen. Why don't you use fresh vegetables? Oh, because these are organic broccoli. So it's frozen. Okay, so everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? On the package, the broccoli expires in 2 years. So people are saying, when you bring your kid to Shibe, they're eating broccoli that's older than them. Okay? The broccoli has been on this planet longer than your fucking child has been on this planet, and your child is consuming the broccoli. And again, nothing is wrong with frozen broccoli. Okay, there's actually debates that there might be more nutrition in frozen vegetables these days because they flash freeze them when they're prime. But it's just the fact that they market it and then they charge you $1 bajillion. You're just expecting, a normal human would go in there and expect it to be fresh broccoli, but it's not. And these poor employees, I mean, they're just getting hounded with questions. They're like, why is the shelf life on the broccoli 24 months? And he goes, I'm not the one that decides that. So they're all just like, what is going on? At one point, they start going through the kitchen supplies and they realize that this kitchen, this huge kitchen that serves 60 various different dishes, they have 10 knives, and 9 scissors. Because all they do is cut open the plastic bags. That's all they be doing. There's another viral clip of one of the interviewers asking a chef if they have any overnight foods at Shibe. So overnight foods is like a big thing where, let's say you have a dish from Tuesday night. Lamb chops. You got leftover lamb chops at the end of the night. They want, especially nice restaurants that charge a lot, the employees should take home the lamb chops. Because tomorrow, give me lamb chops. It should be fresh lamb chops for all the customers. And he's like, do you guys do overnight foods? And he's like, no, absolutely not. So then they go over the lamb chops, which has a shelf life of two years. So one bag, how many times do you use this? Oh, three meals. So we do 3 meals. Okay, so let's say you only get 1 order of lamb chops for dinner tonight. What do you do with the rest? Oh, so then we'll probably do it for lunch and dinner tomorrow. So then they're like, okay. So then it's overnight food, yes? The chef pauses. And you can see his brain moving. And you can see him contemplating whether or not Heidi Lau has an opening for a job, okay? So he's just standing there, and he's buffering. And then all of a sudden, he just starts aggressively nodding and says, overnight. We do overnight. Okay? I mean, all the comments, the netizens love the chefs, by the way. They're like, the Shibe chefs are the most honest people I've ever met in my life. They say that. To be honest, aside from their boss who is a liar, every single one of their employees is so honest. Like, they can't even lie if their life depended on it. So with that, with Lo doing nothing but really just tweeting once or twice about Shibe, the comments say, Lo landed a blow on Shibe, but it wasn't fatal. The subsequent 99 blows were self-inflicted, and every single one of them was fucking deadly. Another person says, at most, Lo gave him a light tap, but Shibe couldn't save face and ended up stabbing themselves to death. Like, what the fuck is going on right now? Nobody knows. And people were saying, you gotta take the Heidi Lau incident, for example. So recently in Heidi Lau, I think a few months before this, a Heidi Lau in Shanghai got caught in a huge scandal.
Is it the rat? Oh, no.
Rat.
Wait, what is
there
it?
was a rat?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh my god, there was a rat?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What is it?
That felt slanderous.
I don't know. What is it?
Okay, so in Shanghai Heidi Lau, 2 17-year-old boys, motherfuckers, they should be charged as adults. They got up on the table after they finished their meal and pissed into the hot pot.
Oh my god, yes.
They peed in the hot pot. They urinate into the hot pot on top of the table. I mean, this is nasty. These get reused. They wash the hot pot and then they reuse it.
But that's not the restaurant's fault.
It's
right?
not the restaurant's fault, but it could have gone really bad. Heidi Lau, they act quickly. They act super quick. They address all the issues. They don't try to cover it up. They immediately gut the store. People said it was like they're building a brand new store. They got rid of like everything.
Store?
They got rid of everything. How serious they were about their hygiene. And on top of that, if you dined at a Heidi Lau on that day, you're getting 10 times what you paid for food. So if you spent $100, you're getting $1,000 back.
Damn.
From Heidi Lau.
Damn.
And everyone, all the netizens, from what went from, oh my gosh, I never want to eat at a Heidi Lau ever again, to why the fuck didn't I eat at Heidi Lau on Piss Day? I'm so pissed off at myself.
I should have been there.
I'm poor. If someone peed in that pot and I used it right after but got 10 times the compensation, I wouldn't even mind eating it every single day. Someone said, if I had known this, I would have at least sold my house and gone to eat at Heidi Lau that day. Other people said, there are always such big opportunities in the big cities. Okay. So other people are saying, I spend so much money every time I go to Heidi Lau. I feel like there's no meaning in working anymore when I could have just gotten 10 times back if I had just gone there that day. It's like the lottery system.
Yeah.
So they turned this insanely negative thing into a damn, I wish I ate there on Piss Day. So they're like, Shibe should have done something like that. But instead they didn't. Okay, another similar incident with overnight food. Have you heard of Mixu? Mixu? M-I-X-U-E. How do you pronounce that?
Mixue.
Mixue.
Boba tea?
Yeah, they have a location in New York now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so they have a bubble tea chain. this was around like World Consumer Rights Day. They became one of the companies that were exposed in this investigative expose, slam the door open, opening Pandora's box, because they have these 50-cent lemonades, and everyone knows what it is. It's water and lemons, and then they have orange. It's like hand punched orange, they say. So they like, you know how when you make a cocktail, you kind of, I don't know what it's called, muddle them, I don't know. You kind of smush it around, but instead of adding alcohol, they just add water. So it's 50 cents, you're getting hydrated, it's not too sugary, and it's like a nice cold refreshment. It's like spa water, cucumber water, 50 cents. I would pay for that, right? Especially if I'm out and about and a water bottle is more expensive. I'm getting the 50-cent cucumber water. Well, turns out, sometimes they would use the same lemons the next day. The lemons would be left overnight, and then they would use it the next day. Okay, that's like the whole, that's the drama. And
serious.
It was serious. Very serious. Everybody was going crazy over this. Mainstream media is reporting this as if, holy shit, this brand is going to go down. All the comments said, if my lemon water doesn't have lemons that sit out a little, that rest overnight, I don't fucking want it.
Why?
Because they say, how dare you try to take down our 50-cent fucking waters? And then all the comments said, Mishu, I already had low standards, but I'm lowering it again just for you. That's it.
Okay, because the product is so good and so affordable.
Yeah.
And they don't mind the lemon sits overnight.
Okay. And then everyone's saying, mainstream media journalists, Mishu uses overnight fruit. Netizens, they use real fruit. Incredible. Let's go more often. People say, you know what? Here's the easiest solve.
That's true.
Open Mishu 24 hours. Then we won't have overnight fruit, and I'll get my lemon water at 3 a.m. People are like, don't come from my Mishu. Okay, easy on my Mishu. Which, by the way, if you're in New York City, you can go to Mishu, and I believe they're having similar prices. I don't think it's American prices. I think you can get like a soft serve ice cream cone for $1. And I heard it's fucking banging. Yes. And then if you guys have seen this giant snowman character with a smiley face, it's like the really cute snowman on edited as the Statue of Liberty. That was Mishu.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're coming to New York. Oh yeah. I actually have not seen a Mishu fight in New York though, but people have saw them on the. Okay, so their mascot.
Mishu fight?
Yeah. Okay, so their mascot is the Snow King. It's a giant snowman, cute, the most adorable fucking snowman you've ever seen, always smiling, and it's like a big inflatable. So they have mascots at their stores. A lot of people started spotting them in the dirty streets of New York City. One of them was spotted on the train, and so everyone's like, "Oh my god,
that's so smart."
Why is Mishu on the train?"
They made their mascot just roam around the city.
Yes,
Whoa.
and it's actually really smart because in China they have Mishu fights. So it's like a thing in China. I didn't know it's part of the culture. Okay, my culture is not your joke, but it's like it's a thing where every store, a lot of their brands have their own mascots, and these mascots, a lot of the times in touristy areas specifically or high traffic areas, they have a lot of stores. So you'll have like a Mishu, you'll have another boba tea shop, you'll have another fast food chain, right? Like one store away from each other, and they all get their inflatable mascots, and they just start fighting on the street. I've never seen anything like this before, and I went down this deep rabbit hole of watching copious amounts of videos. I think I almost became brain dead from these Mishu fights. So this Snow King will go out there and we'll just start going crazy. It'll start singing. It's they have a theme song. It's like, you love me, I love you, Mishu's sweet and lovely, and they'll sing it while they're fighting. One of Mishu's biggest competitors is called Cha Panda. And a panda is their mascot. I know, what do you do? We never would have guessed, right? And so on the street, sometimes you'll randomly just see a snowman and a blue panda fighting. And so here's what I was thinking. Okay, I'm like, this is a Saturday event. Because like, why would you do this on a Tuesday? It's a Saturday event when there's a lot of traffic, when there's a lot of people walking by, right? But in every single video, there's only like 3 people walking by. And I'm like, oh, they're doing this for fun. They're dedicated. These mascots.
They're paid fighters.
Yeah, they're MMA fighters in disguise. They're training for something.
How severe is the fight? How dedicated are they?
Okay, so when it's 2 inflatables, right? They do lots of bouncing and boom, boom, and then some of them will flip over. Now, it gets really intense to the point where a lot of them will deflate because the fight was so intense. Yeah. And they have backup ones. So they have backup ones that'll come in and do the rest of the fight.
What do you mean? They have friends? Tears?
Yeah, they have multiple Mishu. Yeah, Mishu's got big budget.
No, it's like a gang fight.
Yes, and then one of them actually doesn't fight, and one of the snowmen just holds up a Mishu flag as like symbolizing we won. Yeah, and they just like wave it around. So there's like 3 snowmen. There's this one picture I can't get out of my head. It's like a Mishu snowman standing at the Mishu store, and then the Mishu next to him, another snowman, is just plopped on the ground. No one's helping. No one's even looking at the one on the ground. It's just like dead on the ground. And like people are acting like this is completely normal. This is just another day for fucking Snow King. Sometimes they also have their giant ice cream soft serve cone. They have like a plastic replica of it outside, like a giant prop. And sometimes when Mishu gets real riled up, they'll grab it and try to poke Cha Panda's inflatable to pop it. I don't know what's happening. Like, you would genuinely think that this is for promotional purposes. No.
Just
They
for
just be
shits and
doing that.
giggles.
Like, they're stabbing each other with ice cream cones. They're getting deflated. It's a lot. It's a lot that's happening. These battles are not, they're not kids play. And there's this huge burger chain in China called Wallace. It's just like I've never heard of a Chinese word called Wallace, okay? But they're like the competitor for KFC, because KFC is actually quite pricey in China, so Wallace is the affordable version. And they are not Mishu's competition. They sell burgers, Mishu sells boba and drinks and ice cream. But it doesn't matter. During one of Wallace's grand openings, it was like a drive-by, okay? Snow Kings show up and just start beating up the burger mascot. Out of nowhere. They just roll up. Yeah. They roll up, get out the van, and they just start pummeling. Oh, and even the Mishu customers are really funny. So there was this one incident that went super viral last year where a customer ordered Chop Panda boba tea takeout. They realized they get it, and they checked the label, and they had specifically requested added sugar. But then they checked their delivery app, and it says added sugar, but they check their drink, there's no added sugar. It's bitter. So they're pissed. They reach out to Chop Panda, that exact location, and they say, hey, listen, I asked for added sugar, and you didn't give me added sugar, so what are we going to do about this? And they're like, we're so sorry. We're going to get you a full refund. The customer texts them back, because it's like a chat. And they say, no. Get me the employee who made the mistake and have them sing the Mishu theme song for me. If they sing it, I'll write a good review. Chop Panda responds, okay, give her some time to get into the right headspace. I don't want the refund, so get ready. After a few seconds, Chop Panda replies with a 20-second voice message of them singing the competitor's theme song.
On a video.
Full enthusiasm. They did the entire song, not the one-line motto, the entire song. Customer said, I forgive you. They respond, thank you, dear.
Yo, this is too good.
What the fuck is that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah, their soft serve is only $1.99 in New York, so you should go get it if you're in the city. But they're also just like roaming around. I want to see some mascots fights in the city. I need to see Snow King in action.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is Jollibee. That's the only thing I have.
And because it's been going so viral in New York, everyone's been talking about it. Everyone's like, fuck Starbucks, fuck all these expensive matcha brands, go to Mishu. And everyone is posting the Statue of Liberty with Snow King. And all the New Yorkers are saying, one day this place will be yours. Everyone's obsessed.
How did we get here?
Oh, yeah. That's how Shibei should have done it. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, just get that
I
mask
forgot
on,
where
just
we
like,
were.
bah, bah.
Exactly, but they don't. They open up their kitchens, and now look at the share that you've caused. Look at this mess that you have caused.
Yeah.
So this goes on back and forth for the entirety of September and into October.
Damn.
And at this point, Shibei is losing $600 million of revenue. Like, they're losing so much money. Their stores are becoming empty to the point where finally they apologize and they make a whole list of all the things that they're going to fix in the store. They're going to stop using GMO seed oils for all the adults' food since they don't use it for the kids' food. They're going to lower prices by like 20%. They start doing these crazy promotional coupons and they start doing the most cringe PR. So usually when things settle
Make
down,
it
we're
not
expecting
frozen.
Shibei would just try to bolster the image that they're using healthy foods again and like try to provide evidence, try to provide proof of it. They did do this thing where they installed security cameras in the kitchen and then that security feed is depicted to the customers that are sitting in the
Was
restaurant.
it real?
So you can see what's going on in the kitchen and they're switching up the cooking processes.
We need
Like-
that more.
Like they are doing a lot, but
We
they're
need
also
that
doing a
more.
lot of cringe PR moves to try and save their reputation. So they post this entire story of a Shibei employee and she's sitting there and she's like, this is the story of 7-year-old Mao Mao. Mao Mao means hair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's like saying that there was this mother who had seen all the recent news of Shibei and told her son that they're never going to eat at Shibei anymore. And this entire story is so dramatic. The waiter is like, the moment the 7-year-old Mao Mao walked into the shop, he rushed straight towards the manager, wrapped his arms around her legs and burst into tears. And Mao Mao's sudden actions left Fang Fang, the manager, in just frozen in place. Like, what on earth is going on? Are you okay, child?
Thank
And he's
you.
explaining, my mom recently saw discussions online and casually said to the family, maybe we shouldn't take the kids to Shibei this Sunday like we do every Sunday.
Yeah, maybe
It was
you
just a little
shouldn't.
thing that his mom threw out, but Mao Mao overheard it. He started crying, throwing a tantrum, insisting on going to Shibei, even when his mom tried to distract him, like, I'll take you to grandma's instead, or I'll take you to buy a toy instead. Instead, he resisted all temptations, and he was determined to have his Shibei kids meal. That was his promise with Shibei.
That is
Mao
so
Mao's mother
shit.
realized that her child had been eating Shibei since he was
That's advertisement. Also, thank you. How does that solve the fact that your food is frozen and you lied to the customers and charged so much money.
2 years old, and in the past 5 years there had never been any food safety issues. She shouldn't let some online discussion undermine that trust.
But it's
that
true,
5-year
though.
journey from ages 2 to 7 was no longer just about eating. It had become a habit in her child's growth and a reflection of her parents' trust in Shibei. What warmed our manager Fang Fang is not just the love from customers, but also the love from Shibei itself.
Yikes.
No
The
kid
employee
should be
is filming.
invested in
They
a
forced the poor
brand.
employee to film this. And from a PR perspective, what the f? Just shut up. That's crazy considering all of that's been going on. This is the last thing. And people said, everyone thought that Shibei had already taken off all their clothes and there was nothing left to see, but they bent over, spread their ass cheeks open and said, let me show you Mao Mao. Let me show you my butt hair. And people are saying this because no one thinks 7-year-old Mao Mao exists. So they're not like dogging on a kid. They didn't show a kid. You know, it's just a story of a hypothetical kid
It's
that
a
nobody
story.
thinks exists.
It didn't
Everyone's
happen?
like, this story definitely didn't happen.
I thought they got
And
a
then people
child
started
actor.
doing these photoshopped images of a kid hugging a Shibei employee, and the caption is, "It's okay, Mao Mao. I will freeze it for you, and you can eat it when you get older." So right off the bat, this story already sounds fake. But then netizens start nitpicking it, and they're all questioning like all the random details. So the employee is like, "Oh yeah, I've known Mao Mao, and he's in kindergarten now." And all the comments are like, "That kid is 7 and in kindergarten." I don't know how ages work, but all the Chinese netizens are like, 7 and in kindergarten.
It
The
happened
Shibei food got
last
to him.
week.
He's not learning, okay? People are saying, like, what is happening? That's why you can't feed them Shibei. Then the second story that they come out with, they start doing these like employee stories of how much the employees love, you know, Shibei and how their customers love it. So this one employee is like, you know, I was serving this elderly man, and he was an old man. He was from Inner Mongolia, and people love a very specific noodle there. And Shibei's version, he said, is very authentic. So he asked me if I could bring him lamb soup and another separate bowl of soup, but only charge him for one. So I said, sure. And I told him I would check with the manager, and that's how we first met. From then on, every time he came in, he would go to one of the private rooms. He would look for me. And everyone's like, this is starting to sound like a grooming type of situation, but okay. I served him from 2002 to 2004. And one day he called me and said that he's staying at a retirement home now. Whenever he came to get takeout, I would just pack him a week's worth of food and write down the menu from Monday through Sunday. And I don't know which part touched him, but
It
I guess
lasts
our
for a
sincerity
week.
at Shibei really mattered to him. And then he told me that he had this 1-bedroom property and wanted to gift it to me. I was only 17 at the time. I was so shocked. I didn't
She
know
was
what to
17
No,
at
it
the
gets-
time?
Yeah. No, it gets- yeah,
What in the world?
I didn't know what to say, and I politely refused. Later,
She started working when she was 15.
Later, he died.
Everyone said, wait a fucking minute. Is Shibei admitting to child abuse?
Yeah.
Like child labor laws being broken?
What? Who wrote that?
Yeah, and she said, you know, later he moved to the retirement home and we
And
stopped
died.
contacting each other. But I still think the sincerity we have at Shibei is really special.
That
And
is
everyone
not
said,
sincerity.
okay, well, first of all, this is clearly a made-up story. But second of all, even if it were a remotely true story, like you were getting groomed. You were getting groomed. And your bosses are telling you that this is a cute story. You were getting groomed. You were
How
17.
the food lasts for a week.
And also they're like, wait, let me analyze this. This man walks in. He said, let me get 2 bowls of soup and I want you to charge me for one.
Yes.
And yet he wants to gift you his house? What? Other people are saying, you started working 2 years ago. You were 17 when you offered the house, so you were 15. So is Shibei saying that this is child labor? They're abusing the laws. Is that what's happening? And then other people are saying, you can tell grandpa that he can still eat Shibei at the retirement home. You can just prepare him 2 years worth of food. It'll be fine. And then someone else said, let me just finish the story for you. In the end, the two of them, the 17-year-old and the harabaji, the grandpa, get married and they have a kid named Mao Mao. Because they're saying all of this is fake. These are imaginary characters. Then the last story, they do another story. And this time it's like at a Shibei work conference where one of the employees goes up and is like, I need to tell you about one of the best stories I've had working at Shibei. And the founder of Shibei, Jia, is in the crowd and he's just tearing up. And the camera pans to him at the perfect time that he's tearing up. It's like a wedding vow more than anything. Okay, it's like, what's happening? So this is the story of the 1-year-old. She said this mother walks in and this mother was telling her like her 1-year-old would just never eat enough food. They went to the doctor, they did everything that they could, but when they started taking him to eat at Shibei, that's when he truly learned how to eat food. And that's how Shibei became a family. And now he's almost 3 years old now, has very strong feelings towards Shibei. And there was one time where the closest location to us had shut down. He saw the manager, ran up to the manager on the last day when everything's already closed and was just sobbing because this is how he eats. He lives and breathes.
3-year-old?
Yeah, Shibei. And it's just,
It's so sad.
Shibei literally was the only reason my child ate food. And then Gia's just in the crowd wiping his tears. Okay? But then you know what's crazy? People are like, who the fuck is this employee sharing this story? Turns out, Gia's stepdaughter.
The fuck? Okay.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, this is not an employee who works at a store. This is literally, I mean, it's crazy. And then there were other episodes or like other viral things that were just taking off. There would be this one guy who's sitting there and he's like, I always take my kid to Shibe. Like people, whatever they're saying online is just flat out fake. I take my kid to Shibe every single day. And you know what? He's taller than the other kids in his class. He's blah, 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 blah. And then the netizens, they catch him at a Shibe location in a Shibe uniform. And they said, wait a minute. So Shibe is having employees pretend to be customers online, allegedly, and posting videos endorsing Shibe.
Embarrassing. They can't take the L.
They can't take the L. So then people are like, okay, let me just title this drama out for you. Episode 1, the Mau Mau who cried because they couldn't eat Shibe. Episode 2, the uncle who wanted to gift a home after drinking soup in Beijing. Episode 3, the barely 1-year-old baby who couldn't have Shibe. Waiting for episode 4 now. Yeah. And then people said, I come up with the next script. A terminally ill patient eats at Shibe 3 days later. Wow, they're cured.
Yeah.
Because that's how crazy it's been getting. But what's crazy is people are going on Redbook and a lot of Shibe locations are packed. They got lines out the door.
Why?
They're doing lots of promotions. They've lowered the prices across the board. And it seems like, I don't know if they're going to make a full comeback, but it seems like they're doing okay. What are your thoughts? This is like the weirdest Chinaverse story I've ever encountered in my life. I never knew it would get this crazy because we have lots of influencer restaurant dramas in the US where it's always like the influencers like, I want free appetizers for a story. And then it's like, okay, that's crazy. But this is crazy.
This is, wow.
I thought it would be more on the lines of that. But this is a $600 million call out by an influencer and an even crazier food chain owner. What are your thoughts?
That was amazing. I love that so much. That was great. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. So YouTube, bye. And let me get to the second video I'll be watching from Stephanie. This one won't be as, or any, it won't be lighthearted. So, just fair warning, it is a true crime story. So it won't be as, you know, enjoyable as this. So just a warning. Let me name my file. Okay. And let me go to the next one. Ooh. My YouTube is loading. Okay, there we go. It was stuck on loading for like a few seconds. Let me copy title and stuff. What? So this one's gonna have a way different energy. Just a little warning. Okay. Let me take a drink. Let me see how hot my phone is. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's not that hot. Okay. Pretty 20-year-old girl kills her dates for being needy, but men want to fix her. That's the video we're watching, so buckle up. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and today we're watching a video by Mango. Pretty 20-year-old girl kills her dates for being needy, but men want to fix her. I feel like there's been a few stories like this on Mango where someone attractive kills, and people on like TikTok make edits of them and like thirst over them. So let's get into it.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada boom.
If you really want to know what somebody is into, you follow them at night. You do not follow them throughout the day, because during the day, we're all doing things that we don't really want to do, but we kind of have to do.
No, I mean, let me
going to work, we're going to school, we're running errands. But at night, that's usually when someone makes a choice. Regardless of sleep, the fact that it's dark outside, I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna do this thing. And taxi drivers are the ones that get to see all of us in our dirty little glory. One taxi driver says, "You're awake when the world is asleep. It changes how you see things." The night shifts. Okay, a lot of taxi drivers have stated during the night, people are more open to sharing things about themselves that they probably wouldn't during the day.
Really?
Maybe because it's dark in the car and they feel the need to fill the silence all of a sudden. And you just see weird things. One taxi driver said the strangest incident that he had was this guy gets into the back. He makes eye contact through the rear view mirror. He's got this pent up energy like something big is about to happen. Where to? The whole time, he's anxiously rubbing his hands on his thighs. He's gonna propose to the love of his life. It's like a beautiful thing to witness. The driver drops him off, wishes him good luck in the rear view mirror, and then a few stops later, he picks up the same man. Now the destination is a bar. The girl said no. Same person, same night, two very different car rides. Taxi drivers, they just know way too much about people. Not in like the psychic way, but the observational way, which I think is arguably a lot creepier. Another one, the same taxi driver had a woman get into the back of his car. Quote, "She silently cried the whole time in the back. Completely silent the whole ride. And then just says, 'Thank you for not asking anything.' And then walked away. She told him, 'Thank you for not asking her if she's okay,' while she's falling apart in the back of his
Well, I mean, some people just don't want to, have to explain what happened to them over again. So that's not really a fun experience. Sometimes they just want to be left alone and cry it out.
car. One finance executive is picked up and he confesses to the taxi driver at 2 a.m. that this is his very first conversation in months. He doesn't talk to his wife. He doesn't talk to his kids. He has no friends. The only people that he talks to are people at work, and it's mainly through emails. And taxis all have a very specific smell at 2 a.m. It's usually people going out in the middle of the night, and for some odd reason, they spray a lot more perfume and cologne at night. Maybe it's because they haven't showered all day and they're still headed out, or maybe because they're meeting someone who's going to be able to smell them. It's that mixed with the sanitizing scent of the seats. That's the smell. Up. Except one particular taxi driver in South Korea. He's on his night shift when the door opens. Beautiful 20-year-old woman gets in with 2 giant takeout bags of fried chicken, 2 heavy bags of fried chicken. He can smell it. The entire taxi cab suddenly smells like fried chicken now. She gets into the car, and the driver is trying his best not to stare at her chest in the rearview mirror, but it's just, she's wearing a very unusually low-cut shirt considering how cold it is outside, and it's also the middle of the night, and she's got 2 bags of fried chicken. Okay. And he's picking her up from a local motel. Because, I don't know, you can ponder a bit further. She's the first to talk. "Hurry, sir. Go fast. I'm being chased. I'll give you cash." And she's like, "Go, go, go." Okay. So out of just pure instinct, he's stepping on the gas, and she's leaning back, taking a deep breath of what looks like $100 worth of fried chicken. And then she starts taking a picture. She's almost smirking while she's typing something out on her phone. And the whole reason that this is odd is because the driver's on high alert. He's looking for whoever could be potentially chasing this young woman in the middle of the night. Like, what happens if they catch up? But also, the fried chicken smell is very distracting. And she said someone is chasing them. But suddenly her demeanor is very relaxed in the back of the car, as if she's just getting a ride to a local coffee shop at 2 p.m., not 2 a.m. Everything about this ride, even though it's not one of the most outwardly outrageous rides that he's had recently, everything about this ride makes him uncomfortable. He can't stop thinking about it, to the point where he starts coming up with these random ideas of why she was in a rush, but not really. He comes up with this idea, maybe she wanted him to take her seriously and rush her home so that she could eat the fried chicken before it got cold. But if she had just said that, then he wouldn't have taken her seriously. So like, maybe she just said, "Someone's chasing me."
Maybe.
He's like thinking of all these weird scenarios until he turns on the news one day and he realizes the woman that he picked up that night is the motel serial killer, the newest female serial killer of South Korea. The one that netizens have said is too pretty to go to jail.
So was she being chased by cops or something? Rotten mango. no.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NAMI National, also known as the National Allegiance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest mental health organization dedicated to improving the lives of individuals. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves the intentional drugging of individuals without their consent, also sometimes referred to as date R-word drugging, so please watch with caution. We did have help from our wonderful Korean researchers for translations for today's case, but if anything is misrepresented or miscommunicated, please let us know in the comments. Also, keep in mind that any quotes or statements have been translated and may be condensed for brevity. So with that, let's get started.
I like the background.
Running clubs are like a big part of South Korea these days. If you search up running crew on Instagram,
I
you get at
can't run
least
for shit.
200,000 posts from different running clubs that are packed with a bunch of
I can only
young single
jog,
people.
like
Clothing
fast-paced
brands
walk.
create running clubs in the city so that you can go run with people your age, to the point where they have these organized cops and robbers games they do at running gatherings. Okay, so community message boards will read,
Ain't that a Minecraft
anyone
map?
up for cops and robbers tonight at 8 p.m, adults only, 20 plus, fast runners welcome.
Like what? It's a game?
Yeah, so half the people are cops, the other half are robbers, and you just chase each other in the park, and it's a bunch of like 25-year-olds chasing other 25-year-olds that they
Really?
just met.
This is like a Korean thing?
Yeah, and it's like normal people go, because I think when you think of a message board like that, maybe in the States, it sounds like not a lot of normal people will go, and you'd
It
be
sounds
kinda
like
scared.
someone's gonna
Runners
murder
and-
you.
Yeah, but just lots of normal young people go because it's so hard to meet people these days. And Korea, there's also this like contextual nuance of usually when you meet people in a serious setting, everyone wants to know your age, your income, what you do for a living, who your parents are.
So
and
it
it's
breaks
a
the
very strict
ice.
society of who you know is what you are. And so this running club, nobody asks what your job is. You just be chasing people. It will be 14 degrees outside, and there will be gatherings of people in their 20s and 30s outside at the park, and it looks like some sort of corporate initiation.
Why is it on the news?
But they're just here to play tag in the freezing cold. It's just, are you a cop? Are you a runner? Start running. That's how younger people in South Korea will meet people these days. Or you could make it easier and just go to a hunting bar. A hunting bar is a bar specifically set up in Korea for singles to approach strangers and try to start dates.
Okay.
It's set up so there's a bunch of tables
Speed
all
dating?
circling a dance floor, and singles will walk from table to table asking if they can join them. So sometimes you'll have like a full table of women, and then a group of men will want to join their table, or tables of men and groups of women will come up and want to join their table.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's set up so singles are encouraged, and it's very normal to go from table to table. So
Okay.
it's not like, oh, you need to know all these people to make friends at the bar.
It's like Tinder in real life.
Yeah, it's like speed dating in real life. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then sometimes they'll pay for the drinks, sometimes they'll get drunk, and then maybe they'll go to a second part for like the second half of the show,
Scandalous.
I guess. They'll go to a separate bar or a separate club.
Oh,
The hunting bar is specifically to meet people.
okay.
But because you're meeting complete strangers, it is hard to vouch for everybody. Sometimes you meet someone at a hunting bar and you meet them outside for a secondary date. And maybe it's without the beer all of a sudden or the dim lights, and they're just like a little weird. They're just weird. As dramatically as possible, it's like this tiny little part of Seoul is cursed. There's a group of guys. They don't know each other. They're not friends. They don't work at the same place, but they've all been to the local hunting bars. And after that, they've all been on some of the worst dates imaginable. I mean,
Is
in
it
the
with
grand
that
scheme
girl?
of things, is this the worst thing to happen to a man? No. But these dates, they've just been so bizarrely odd. It's not even like your typical, we just didn't mesh well and it was a waste of time.
Okay.
It's like, this is very uncomfortable.
Creepy?
I am contemplating the idea of never dating again. Because
Oh.
the idea of going on another date after this makes them want to dry heave. Let's start with Adam. These are all fake names because these people
Okay.
have all maintained anonymity, even in Korean. So Adam meets up with a 22-year-old woman. He ends up spending $213 on a single date, which is fine. But she never said thank you, not even one time. He paid for everything the whole night, not even a thank you. And that's not the shitty part. The shitty part is the whole date, she's texting another man the whole time, and he still spent $213.
I'd leave.
Ben,
Leave
his head
her
is
to pay
spinning
the
from this
bill.
date. Okay, it was like a fake date. He said 25-year-old woman he's
Fake
on a date
date.
with. First of all, she doesn't even seem 25. What's weird is she looks younger than 25. I mean, she doesn't look
Did she
under.
lie about her age, people? Did she lie about her age? To like maybe throw people off the scent?
age, but she looks like maybe she's like 21, 22. Why would you make your age older? It doesn't. He's confused by that. Maybe it's the skin. I don't know. It's weird. Why would you? He doesn't get it. But the whole date feels like a prolonged game of two truths and a lie. Every question he asks, she just be making up stuff on the spot, and he can tell. And
I dated someone like that.
And it's stuff that
I dated someone like that who lied about stuff they did not need to lie about. Okay.
it doesn't make sense that she would lie. He asks her, "How tall are you?" I mean, the evidence is right
7
there.
foot.
It's hard to lie about how tall you are when you're standing right in front of that person.
Right.
And it's clear that she's perhaps 5'7", maybe even pushing 5'8". And in Korea, a woman being taller is a good thing.
Really?
She's like, I'm 5'4".
Okay.
He's like, no, the fuck you're not. I'm so confused.
I'm 5'2".
He's just confused.
Oh, but like the woman's not taller than the guy, you're saying?
Yeah,
Like, she's
yeah.
just like a tall. Okay.
She's a tall woman, and that's usually seen as
But
a
you can
very
tell the
positive thing in
difference.
Korea to be tall. It's almost model-esque, right?
Yeah.
But she's lying and saying she's 5'4" for genuinely no reason at all. And he's standing right there. He's like, I see you. I can see how tall you are.
Well,
and
okay. I can think of maybe one reason for it, because I've seen videos where like telling a man I'm shorter than I actually am to make him feel more insecure and to make him feel like he's lying about his height. Like I saw a video like a guy like, oh, I'm 6 foot, but I'll say I'm 5'10". So like other guys have to like say certain things. Bye-bye, have a good day. But like, that's the reason I can think of to like make it seem like he's lying about his height. Maybe make him think he's shorter than he actually is the only thing I can think of. So it kind of makes sense, just like a little bit. Still a little weird to do, but I mean, if you do it right, it's funny, kinda.
No, you're not 5'4". I don't understand. She's just blatantly telling so many lies with so many inexplicable inconsistencies. Even a toddler would think that she's a pathological liar.
Okay.
And she's so straight-faced with it, he can't even call her out. Also, she doesn't pay for a single thing. She orders the most expensive items on the menu, and she doesn't finish any of the food that she's eating before she just ravages more food by asking the waiter to get another plate of this. She's adding on to the order throughout the date, even though she's not even done eating. Not
she
once
could
did she
take
say
out?
thank you, but the oddest thing is, quote, despite all of this, she came to the date in extremely revealing clothing on a bitterly cold day. Like her entire chest is out. And he tells her multiple times, like, oh, zip your jacket, but because we're about to go outside and the wind is so cold, you should zip up your jacket. Eventually, he's getting tapped up. It's like,
Annoyed?
That's so frustrating. Like, just watching you makes me cold. So he reaches over and just zips up his jacket himself because he's like, lady, think for a second. You're about to get sick. And she irritably unzips it all the way down so her cleavage is back out. And
Honestly, I do that shit, okay? I'll be honest, I do that shit. Because, like, when I was, like, 18 and just freshly got a chest tattoo, it was almost winter, and my family would be like, come on, zip up, button up, it's cold. No, it ruins the outfit, okay? If I don't have my tattoo, or in her case, cleavage, it ruins the outfit, okay? It ruins my vibe. I would rather freeze than have a bad outfit, okay? I still do that shit, okay? I will wear like short sleeve stuff in the winter because it looks better, okay? Let us freeze and have hot outfits, okay? The power of a good outfit keeps us warm.
Here's at him. And he's like, I thought I was being a gentleman trying to make sure that you're not getting sick.
Let
I'm
us be
so
hot.
confused. Then another guy, Ethan, he meets a girl at the club. They start texting, and she tells him in a romantic way, I want to see the beach. They plan a day trip to a local beach. While they're there, she says she has no money. And he's like, then why'd you come to the beach, bitch? Okay? It's fine. He pays for all the food, all the beverages while they're there, which is fine. But she's ordering ungodly amounts of food. And then when they go to the convenience store to grab waters and coffee, she starts adding in like regular house things that she wants, like a little detergent, vitamins, feminine hygiene items, lip
Okay.
balms, face masks, skincare, just random things that has nothing to do with Ethan, and then just forces him to pay for it.
Damn.
Okay.
But I guess Ethan is still really into her because he still meets up with her one more time after this god-awful beach trip. She comes over to his house for dinner, and when she leaves, he realizes 2 things in his house are missing.
His wallet.
A baseball hat, like a cap, and a Starbucks gift card with $33 on there.
So she's a liar and a thief.
So he texts her, he's like, did you maybe accidentally take my $33 Starbucks gift card and my hat? And she blocks him. Then a guy
Over
named Kang,
35?
he goes on a date with a girl on White Day. These are all very relevant stories, okay? He goes on a date on White Day, holiday
White Day?
where
Yeah.
men give candy to women.
Right.
It's like Valentine's Day,
Okay.
but White Day, right? And they meet in front of the Women's University station, the train station.
Okay.
They grab coffee, and the whole time she's like randomly pouring her heart out about how difficult her childhood upbringing has been. It's a little bit jarring because they just met and she's almost in tears about how abusive her father is. And he does feel bad, but also he doesn't really know how to respond because it's out of the blue. So he's like, there. He's trying to comfort her, but also like, I want to go.
Pat,
He
pat.
tries to maneuver the situation so he can leave, and it seems like she catches on because she starts coughing and banging on her chest, and she's like dramatically grabbing onto him, coughing.
He's trying to run away
Yeah,
from the date.
Yeah, he's like, are you okay? My chest, it feels tight. He takes her to a nearby clinic. He's contemplating leaving her at the clinic, but he's like, oh, God, I just feel bad. I guess I'll just stay. So he wastes his time waiting around for her to be seen by the doctor, and then she's crying about how miserable her life is. He then takes her to the pharmacy to pay for her prescription, which sounds really romantic in America because a prescription is like $10 trillion without
Yeah.
insurance. In Korea, it's like a few dollars.
Okay.
Okay, so he's trying to pay for the $3 medicine.
Okay.
And she's boom, vitamins, tampons, herbal drinks, lip balm. And he's like, I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for $67 worth of shenanigans. I'm just trying to pay for your $3 medication. And she's like, well, I need these to feel better too. He's so thrown off. He says, no, I'm just paying for the prescription. She's pissed. She storms off. He's left confused, but also she did take the $3 prescription that he paid for, and he stormed out of there like he's the problem. Another guy named Frank, super relevant, I'm telling you, okay? Goes to a
All the
restaurant
same
date,
woman.
South Korea.
How many guys are there?
So many guys, okay? And they're
Okay.
all coming out, and they're like, let me tell you, okay? He leaves his wallet on the table, goes to the restroom. This is South Korea. You know what you do in Korea? You go into a restaurant and you pick a table you like, and you put your phone and your wallet, your most valuable pieces of items on the table to claim it as yours.
Yeah.
Nobody steals it. Nobody steals it. That's just how you claim a table.
Right.
He leaves his wallet on the table.
Yeah,
His date is at the table too.
Yeah, and there's like
She
bazillion
steals it.
CCTV
Yeah.
cameras everywhere, so nobody
She
really
steals it.
steals.
Yeah, nobody steals. So then he goes to the restroom. He comes back
But
and
she
he's about to
does.
pay for the dinner, and all the cash in his wallet is gone. Like not even just one bill. All the bills are gone, but his wallet is still there. His credit cards are still there. So he's like, what? He asks the date, do you know if like somebody just like came by and took the cash? She's like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. They check the security camera because it's Korea.
She took
And
it.
she's just pocketing the cash. And the crazier part is she's standing there watching the CCTV camera footage with them.
Not me.
And then she's just staring at them like, and what are you going to do about it?
So what
Take
did
the
they
money
do?
back.
She gave the cash back and then stormed out of there like he was the problem.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
we're
will pause your
almost done
check.
with these crazy dates, but there's this guy named Patrick too. And this Patrick guy, he's like, I should have known she was a problem because the minute that we started texting, she sent me a list of restaurants I really like to go to, all $4 money signs. Not even like a variety. Like sometimes you gotta throw in some variety, right? No, all expensive. And she's just like has this weird obsession with food. She's messaging him nonstop. I love all kinds of meat. By the way, meat is pretty expensive in Korea. Grilled chicken thigh, pork belly, thick cut pork, black pork, beef, Western food. I love it all. I love anything with meat. Okay? He takes her out
I'm
on a date.
so hungry. I have a Taco Bell burrito in the fridge. Oh, I'm gonna eat that after this.
And during that date, they have 2 full meals. At the end, she's like, can you buy me a hamburger and butter bread to take home? It's like she has this enormous, insatiable obsession with food. And the
Me
strange
too,
thing is,
though.
well, first of
Me
all, she doesn't
too.
pay for anything, which is like a thing. But also, on top of that, she never used the restroom. Like they were out the whole day. Never
Okay.
used the restroom. And he was like, hey, you don't think I've peed like 10 times.
Okay, first off, there is the seal. Don't break the seal. and you can go longer. But also, I have this thing where like unless I know the place, like I've been there 10 times, I'm not using some random bathroom restaurant. Unless I'm about to throw up, I'm not using that random. Even Walmart, I'm not going to the bathroom there. No way. Fuck no. I will. Also, if I'm on a road trip, I also just don't go until I get to a hotel. I will go like 12 hours if I'm not in a place I have saved in my database of safe bathrooms. I'm not going. Why am I connecting so much with this woman? Why? I hate this. Why?
Since we've been on this date.
Yeah.
Because it's like a 24-hour long date. You haven't peed once. You don't think that's weird?
Okay, but me too.
She was like, that's weird. I gotta go pee. And then she just like went the minute that he pointed. Weird. Very weird.
I do that.
Yeah,
What is
it's so
going
weird.
on?
So
I
all
do
these
that.
people, they're like, I don't know what's going on. But what happens is I meet a girl at a hunting bar, go on a date with her, and it's been weird.
Oh,
Okay.
they all met at this hunting bar.
Okay.
Soon, it will be revealed that every single one of these guys,
The killer.
they find out that they were on a date with the same woman.
Yeah.
And she will be all over the news
20.
for being a serial killer
Yeah.
who kills her dates.
Serial killer?
That's what they're calling her in Korea. Sam.
Is she a
This is
serial
a
killer?
pseudonym. He's
What do you mean
about
they're-
ready to
they're
go on a
calling
date. He's
her?
already told his close friends about this girl.
Either
that he's-
you're a serial killer or you're not. What do you mean that's what they're calling her? It's 3 kills to be one, right? So is it 2, 1, 3, 4? Okay.
going to meet. They've been texting back and forth, and she seems like the type of person that he could see himself getting serious with. He's at the age where he's thinking about getting married. He's been saving every single month to open up his own restaurant. He's a chef, and he's really nervous about this date. He gets on ChatGPT and he looks up, can you suggest what to say on a blind date? His date is also
Ask
on
Reddit.
ChatGPT right before the date, asking questions. Her searches include,
How to kill?
what is a lethal overdose of sleeping pills? If you take sleeping pills with alcohol,
Girl. You ain't using private websites? You ain't using a...
can you die? And she's taking notes in her journal with each date. This dose doesn't even kill them. They wake up and become even more of a nuisance to me.
Damn.
It's so crazy that we've entered the ChatGPT era.
Yeah. That's
Like every case now, like, we
wild.
constantly talk about AI and ChatGPT.
Yeah, they're all searching some bizarre things on
Yeah.
ChatGPT. Now, motels in Korea are not the same as the United States. I feel like the word motel has a very strong connotation with either affordable place to stay for the night or usually a place where scary things can happen just because of the way the buildings were set up and the locations. Korean motels are very different in the sense that they're everywhere.
Yeah.
If you're on a street with karaoke bars and clubs, there's going to be a lot of motels. So it's used by a lot of passerbys, so business travelers, but also couples who still live with their parents. Because in Korea, you stay with your parents for quite a bit of time before you get married. So it's not like you just go out and live on your own where you can invite your boyfriend or your girlfriend over
Right.
and do things you would do in a loving, consensual adult relationship. So couples will go to motels. Or couples who have just met each other and don't know each other's names and just want to have a good one-night stand, they'll go to a motel. But motels are also used by friends. A lot of friends, if they have a gathering of 10 friends who want to get drunk and play drinking games, but they don't want to go to an establishment and pay money for food and service charge and tip and this and that, they'll rent a motel room and just hang out in the motel room as if it's like a friend's house.
Okay.
Usually a younger crowd, because maybe their apartments, they still live with their parents, or it's not enough space.
They don't want to
So
deal
they'll
with
just
it
rent
clean
a
up?
cheap motel room. It's not unusual, and it certainly doesn't have the seedier connotation maybe American motels have. But the police, they walk into this cramped motel room. There is a man on the bed, laying on his side. He's rigid, and he's dead. Motel staff are hiding behind the motel entry room. We saw him because we were trying to see if the room was ready for checking out, and we saw that there was like stuff in his nose. We think he's dead.
In his nose.
The police are glancing around. There's nothing particularly alarming about the room. There's no signs of evident trauma. It doesn't appear that he passed with the sign of a struggle. There's no external injuries. This is not a self-exit. There's no gunshot wounds, stab wounds, no strangulation marks.
Are they thinking
There
natural?
is, however, they're looking closely with their flashlight. There's small amounts of vomit in the mouth, airways. It looks like there's some swelling There's some sort of congestion. That's about the only thing they can find. And that and his phone and a bottle on the nightstand. They're like, what is that? It's a bottle of hangover medication. It's like a detox drink that you consume if you want to avoid being hungover the next day. You can buy it at like the corner store. It's not really effective. Maybe it's more so the placebo. I'm sure it's got lots of electrolytes, so it hydrates you a little bit better than water, but it's nothing that serious. I mean, nothing that would cause him to have some sort of medical reaction, that's for sure.
Got it.
Has his phone been checked? There is an unopened message on this man's phone, and it's a very lengthy message, and it's from a girl. It reads, oh, so I suddenly got my period and I felt like I couldn't fall asleep in the motel room, so I decided to go home. And you had given me that wad of cash earlier for the taxi fare, which, by the way, our photo booth pictures were folded inside of it. I'll give that back to you next time we meet. Anyway, thanks for giving me the money for the cab so I wouldn't be cold getting home. And also, you ordered fried chicken using my phone, and we were watching a movie when your eyes glazed over and you suddenly fell asleep. I don't know if you remember, but when the food was about to arrive, I tried to wake you up a little bit and you wanted to go back to sleep again. I told you not to sleep, but you seemed tired and kept wanting to sleep. So I asked you what to do about the fried chicken, and you said to eat it all by myself and just to take it home. So since eating in the motel room alone while you're sleeping seemed lonely, I thought I would just take it back home and eat it at home before work. I packed it all up and left. It just felt lonely eating alone while you were asleep. Next time, let's just go out to eat together.
That sounds very goofy.
Very alibi.
It's like a confession note almost.
Yeah, you don't have to be an investigator to think that this is weird. Usually people don't say things like, well, A happened, so then you said B, and remember how I said C, and now this is D, and now E, and so thanks. You just say, hey, thanks for the night.
Yeah.
Sorry, you passed out on me. Just thought I would take the food and go home. Yeah.
This looks like meeting notes or a cover your ass email after a meeting where you told everyone you knew something was not a good idea if they kept doing that, and they kept doing that anyway. That's what it sounds like. But then there's another message, a picture from inside the taxi. So it's like a girl is sitting in the back of the taxi taking a picture with the words, I'm in the taxi heading home. I know you got the room because you wanted to hang out together, but like I said, I happen to be on the period, so a lot of stomach cramps. And I had no pads. Then you gave me the wad of cash for the taxi and treated me to food, so thank you. Just weird. Yeah. The police are like, who was in the motel room with him? The motel staff said, well, I mean, there was this woman. So they came in last night. He walked in with this woman. They didn't seem that drunk or anything. They just seemed normal, like a normal couple. And then I think a little bit while after that, some guy delivered fried chicken. And then like 10 minutes after the fried chicken was delivered, the woman left alone. The man's body is taken to a medical examiner, and it shows that he was drugged. These are all the drugs found in his system. 3 different types of antidepressants, sleeping pills, a benzodiazepine sedative, a cardiovascular drug, a Tylenol, and an antihistamine. And these are just the different types. It's not like the different pill. In fact, the amount of drugs found in his body, it was like 50 pills of different types of drugs.
What?
So it's only 3 different types of antidepressants, but it could have been 4 pills of each antidepressant. Damn. It's like a pharmaceutical cocktail. And a lot of them are prescription medications, which a doctor states the drugs found in his blood were essentially a standard pharmaceutical toolkit for a patient presenting with depression or sleeping disorders. So we got to find someone who was prescribed these things because they were able to give this to him, administer it to him. And these are not fun drugs. This is not a situation where some people decide that they're going to try prescription drugs for fun and get high, and then they overdosed. These are not fun drugs.
And drugs are very controlled in Korea.
So according to his records, he does not have depression or sleeping disorder, and he was not prescribed any of these medications, and it's just an obscene amount of pills in his system. And the police know that they have a big problem on their hands because a homicide case in South Korea, in Seoul, is already very, very bad. It's a big deal. In Seoul, there is about 1 homicide per week. If even that.
What?
And this is the second one. Yeah, okay. In comparison, I think in New York, there's about 10 a week.
Damn, okay.
New York City. Wow. I mean, there's a lot more self-exits and other deaths, but in the manner, homicide is about 1 a week. And this is the second one. Not this week, but the second one with the same pattern. Young man in his 20s, passed out in a motel room, drugged. Deceased by the morning, motel staff discover, and motel staff report that he had walked in with a woman who quickly left after checking in.
Did she use her real number?
It happened just 11 days earlier, which one would imagine it's only a matter of time before another person ends up dead in a motel room. Police start investigating, and they come across a man. He's alive. Barely, but he might know something. Please talk to him now that he's feeling better. He had spent 2 days in the hospital unconscious. What happened? Was he in a motel room? Did he wake up in a motel room? He's like, no. December 14th, 2025. Noon.
That's
it's like
recent.
11:20 a.m.
When was the previous one found dead?
January and February.
Oh, this one was a month ago. Okay.
So he's like, I was in the parking lot of this bakery with my girlfriend. And that's all I remember. That's it. Well, and she gave me this drink. Was it a hangover recovery drink? Like a detox drink? No, it was like a herbal medicine for fatigue because I've been really tired with work. I drank it. And then I don't remember anything else. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. I was out for 2 days.
Damn.
He wakes up and he texts her, what did you put in that drink? The doctor told my mom twice that I could have never woken up. Like, it was that bad. The bakery, the owner, the employees, they've all been shaking in their boots, frightened beyond comprehension because they assumed it was something they did with baked goods by accident. I mean, it was a very dramatic scene. The ambulance showed up. It doesn't make sense. But I'm alive now and I have no idea what happened and she won't talk to me. And the police are taking notes and they ask if that woman, if his girlfriend looks familiar to the woman in the 2 motel CCTV footages. He's like, yeah, that's my ex-girlfriend, 20-year-old Kim So-young.
Kim So-young. Okay.
There is only one rule in this story. Survive. In testing her to an Everest to be right. And she's not a hard woman to find. In fact, she's not even hiding. Police arrest her at her house, and just 30 minutes before her arrest, she had just posted another selfie on Instagram. And in the motel footage, her face is out and about. It's not like she's wearing a mask and hiding, and then she's just on Instagram posting her face.
Damn,
and
is
all
confident.
of these selfies, she posts a lot of selfies on Instagram. She's always pouting at the camera while subtly but not subtly emphasizing her cleavage with the hashtag followers welcome, hashtag cool tone beauty, follow for follow, mutual follow, likes, DM. They bring her in for questioning, and she innocently tells them, I didn't know they died. I didn't think it was that dangerous because I also take these meds myself. They're like, well, why would you give them meds that they're not prescribed? And she said that she was just drugging these men because she didn't like dealing with conflict. She's like, I'm so conflict adverse. I was just trying to put them to sleep. She's saying, you know, they would spend hundreds of dollars buying me food and I'm assuming that they want to do it afterwards. And I don't want to do it, so I would just put them to sleep. She's like, I just didn't want them to be like a nuisance and try to, you know, initiate these intimate relations with me. So I would drug them. And I guess 2 of them just happened to die.
Just happened
so she does admit to killing them. Okay.
A post starts going viral in South Korea. And it's clearly a very, very distraught man. And he's asking for advice. Would it be so bad to be pen pals with a motel killer?
Yes.
Hear me out. She's pretty. Normally, it's not easy to date someone that pretty. If she gets life in prison, maybe I could write letters, put some money in her commissary, visit her every now and then. I had a pen pal with a regular female inmate before. She would call me babe and act all cute while writing. And then she got out and started cheating on me, so we broke up and I was devastated. But with someone serving life, which I'm assuming she's gonna get life in prison, right? She can't go anywhere. She'll
if
be
she gets
in
out,
prison
she'll kill
forever.
you.
Isn't it actually like kind of okay? Keeping in touch just until she dies? After Kim So-young's arrest, netizens start circulating pictures of her most recent Instagram pictures, her photo shoots, and they have dubbed her, I mean, the police have dubbed her a serial killer, even though I think in the US it's like 3 people or more have to be victims, but there are 2 victims, and she also drugged countless other guys who thankfully survived.
Okay, so
but they've dubbed her the motel serial killer, and
killer.
netizens in South Korea have dubbed her the prettiest killer alive. In Korea, there's a whole legal process of releasing identities of perpetrators, even if they're adults. There has to be certain criteria met, so the prosecutors have yet to release Kim So-young's age and name. They have now, but at this point in the story, they haven't released her name yet. But netizens are quick. They're spreading her social media pages on internet forums, and it's not exactly the reaction that people were expecting, because usually when people start outing perpetrators, it's like a wave of hate. But people are like, whoa, she's so pretty. Netizens also noticed that in her Instagram post, she doesn't have a single picture with anybody else. None. Not even one where she's sitting at a restaurant and someone is sitting next to her, but she covers their face. She has 0 pictures with anybody else. People are saying, this is kind of odd. She doesn't have any friends. She doesn't have any family, but she's going on so many dates. This is weird. Other people are saying that she seems to have a fixation on this song that is, now in hindsight, a little bit creepy. It's called Damon's Year by Josie, and the translated lyrics read, whenever you look at the moon, your eyes get bigger. Which people are like, this sounds like when people are really drugged up. Looking at the reflection in your eyes, what you love is the same as me. I see you, without knowing the flowers are blooming, hugging your fine shadow, kissing you like it's the last time. Let's not get old, take it all so there's no regrets, leave nothing behind, my love. Good night, my crying love. And in between her second victim's death and her arrest, she posted 41 Instagram stories in post. She's obsessed with posting online. But the thing that becomes almost a second
That's more
crime
than
is what I
me.
said. Everyone thinks that she is the prettiest killer alive. And by everyone, I mean just like a small portion of the internet. And they're very loud about it. Men in South Korea were going to vouch for her in the comments. Like, if you just release her to me, I'm sure I could fix her for you.
She'd
She's
kill
got like the
you.
girl next door look, slightly innocent way, except all of her Instagram pictures show lots of cleavage. So like her face looks innocent, but her boobs are always out. All the pictures are angled. So it's like the main focal point is her chest. It's usually from the top down angle. That's the type of picture that she likes to post. And some men in Korea really, really, really want to save her. So for the past 4 months, Kim So-young has been very busy. And they don't care. So the police are like, hey, guys, stop with this nonsense. We're just gonna let you know what this crazy lady has been doing so you know what you're dealing with. October 25th, 2025, at a restaurant in Gangnam, a man named H collapses while drinking white wine with So-young. She calls 911, or the emergency line. He was just drinking white wine and just suddenly collapsed. Yeah, just come quickly. She's so nonchalant. Employee says the whole thing was weird. I clocked in at 5 p.m. There was a couple at one of the tables. Man was slumped over asleep on the table. At first, I thought nothing of it. But then 30 minutes later, he's still like that. So I'm like, okay, something is clearly wrong. I approached them. I just figured up until this point, if the woman needed help genuinely, she would have asked for it. But when I went over to ask her if she needs help, she told me he was passed out drunk. So I asked her, is that your boyfriend? She says, we've only been dating for like 2 days. I don't even know his drinking tolerance. The server checks the tab. They only had 2 glasses of wine ordered to the table. And the glass of wine in front of the boyfriend has a lot of wine left in it. It just felt off. Do you want me to call the emergency line for you? Sure. She calls the emergency dispatch, hands it to So-young, and So-young's like, I barely know the guy. We were just drinking white wine and he passed out. 2 months later, December 14th, 2025, 11:20 a.m., So-young tries to kill her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend in the bakery parking lot. He's hospitalized for 2 days, unconscious, and she's there playing the doting girlfriend. But when she gets home, she writes in her journal, specifically that day, dose only knocked him out. It didn't kill him. January 24th, 2026, a
Why
man
would
is in a
you write
karaoke bar
that?
with a girl he just met, private room, collapses on the ground. 911 is called. She says, he just won't wake up. I didn't know what to do. I just met him. I'm here for the first time on a date. I don't even know his home address. Like, how am I supposed to take him home? The ambulance comes. And side note, the owner of this karaoke bar said the woman, she paid and she tried to leave alone without the man. And the man wouldn't wake up no matter how much we shook him. And it's actually company policy. If you come and get a private room, you can't leave any of your friends drunk. You have to take them with you because the business does not want to be liable for these drunk people who are passed out in these private rooms. And she's telling us, just wake him up and kick him out when you get the chance. We're like, no, our policy says you cannot leave your companions. So I told her that, and that's when she rolls her eyes and she called emergency dispatch. There's a guy here who's really drunk, and I keep trying to wake him up, and he won't get up. He's had way too much to drink. I don't even know where he lives. This is my first time meeting him. Are you trying to take him home, or are you trying to take him to the hospital? I don't know. I don't know where he lives. Like I said, I just met him today. Okay, we'll send medical and police. Her 5th and 6th victims were both found dead in motel rooms, and the method of killing was the same in both. The hangover drinks in Korea. They're sold at every convenience store. They're marketed as helping your body process alcohol faster. It's like a detox. So-young would go home and using the back of her kitchen knife, she would crush up all of her prescription pills that she is prescribed for PTSD. She uses a piece of paper, funnels them into the hangover drink, and throws those in her purse for dates. And when she goes on it, and what's crazy about these dates is nobody approaches her. She religiously goes to the hunting bars looking for dates. She's always on Instagram at local community posts and writing things like, you like bowling? I like bowling too. We should bowl together. On random guys' pages. She's initiating these dates. Once she goes on the date, she'll be drinking with the men and she'll look up with them with a warm smile and say, oh, I have something for you. Remember how I mentioned in our text messages, I always get really bad hangovers for work and it sucks? Which, by the way, the police found evidence of these types of messages. She would say these things before the date. Well, I always carry around these hangover detox drinks to just make sure the hangover isn't bad. Here, you should try one. Instead of sobering up, these men would take the hangover drink. They would suddenly start feeling nauseous, as if the world is getting distorted. Their stomachs would start turning. Their tongues get stiff. They can't talk. They lose consciousness. And So-young would just stare at them. There's no particular blend of prescription pills that So-young cared about. It's not like she was some sick, twisted pharmacist. She just took whatever she could get that was strong. She would collect prescription pills. They call it medical shopping. So it's when you go around to various psychiatric clinics to get prescription meds and just pick up at various pharmacies. And there's no sort of regulated system in Korea where certain drugs can be bypassed. Obviously, you're not going to get controlled substances. I imagine like in the US, it would be easier to get maybe 2 different SSRIs prescribed versus getting 2 Adderall prescriptions. because it's not a controlled substance, the SSRIs.
Okay.
There's not much of an oversight system that can prevent people from doing this. And she's just experimenting with different dosages and increasing the concentration to affect the victims. It's like she's researching. And the weirdest part of each crime is her obsession with food. She's obsessed with food. All she does on these dates is consume and order large quantities of food. It's not even like it's weird. She likes the food, but it seems like she likes the idea of food more. It's almost like she likes the idea of spending every single dollar she can get out of these men. Like, for example, just to give you an idea, the fried chicken that she ordered, well, first of all, that was after her second victim died in the motel room. She was laying there as he's dying on the motel bed, took his credit card and ordered fried chicken to the motel room and waited in the motel room while he's actively dying in the motel bed for the fried chicken order. And this is a huge order with 22 items. Because I feel like with inflation in the US, $100 worth of fried chicken sounds like a lot of fried chicken, but just to give you an idea of how much chicken it really is. 2.5 chickens in 4 different flavors. Tteokbokki, instant rice, drinks, sauces, black cheese ball, extra devil sauce, red pepper mayo sauce bottle, big cheese stick, instant rice, oil tteokbokki, onion ranch sauce extra,
God
tricolor
damn.
ball, 3-piece, Coke Zero ×2, extra rice cakes, potato wedges, red pepper mayo sauce, big bottle.
All of that
Yeah.
for $60?
Yeah.
It looks good,
and the
though.
delivery guy, he remembers Kim So-young too. He's delivering the fried chicken. And, well, by the way, the owners of the fried chicken shop, they were so excited because business has been slow. This is one of their biggest orders. So they were really excited to get the fried chicken hot to the motel. And the driver is like, they're all on the same page. They're rushing to get it there. And he goes and he's like, I feel like I have the wrong address because this is enough to feed, honestly, 10 people. 10 people could eat this fried chicken and be full. And so he's expecting some sort of crazy party in the motel room. The door opens, no sound, no TV on, nothing, dead
Maybe
silent.
it's like a
And
mukbang.
Kim So-young, she has the weirdest blank expression on her face. It's so entirely blank. It's not smiling. It's not angry. It's just empty. He doesn't know how to explain it. It's just empty. Her blank expression. It's freaky. And he's like, it's heavy. It's a lot of fried chicken. Yeah. And she just takes it and closes the door. He was like, it was just unsettling. But even with all this information, there are some netizens who believe that she can't be evil because look at her Instagram pictures and she's only 20. Why would she need to be a serial killer? Netizens started holding on to dear life on the one statement that she made to the police that she wanted to avoid confrontation with men. So some people are like, maybe the men were asking for it.
So, okay, a couple questions,
Yeah.
right? Is she just a liar? Why is she lying about making her age older and
She's just,
shorter? And
yeah, I think she's a pathological liar. And
just okay.
yeah.
And then
I
you were
thought it'd
saying
be
that
like
the journal she's
throw
writing,
off the
this
cops.
didn't kill him. Are there more?
Yeah, she's just talking about dosages, but nothing else in her journal.
Okay, so that's the only information
Yeah.
we have. She didn't write after she killed someone. She didn't write, that worked or whatever.
I think she did, but it was very simple. Like, it worked, doubling dosage next time. Some people are saying maybe she genuinely thought, maybe these guys were being sexually pushy. And she just thought that she could make them pass out so that she wouldn't have to be pressured to have intimate relations with them after the date.
Well, I'm
Comment
guessing
tweet.
that's not the
He was a
actual
stranger that
reason.
followed her. You know, he kind of asked for it. The guy must have been acting up for her to want us to date him. She takes the same pills herself. She probably didn't think that he would die. She said she was just trying to put him to sleep. There must have been a reason. Like, I'm curious about her past. But the doctor who worked on this case, they state, even if she only wanted to sedate these men, she would have only needed one sleeping pill. Why was there a cocktail of antidepressants and other drugs on top of that?
Right.
The combination clearly goes beyond what's needed for sleep. Little by little, people start putting in tips and more information about Kim So-young's entire family and childhood start coming out. Her dad was violent. He would come home drunk, assault their mother, urinate and defecate everywhere in the house. She seems to have some level of PTSD as described by her doctor. Dad leaves, mom works through the night to support 2 kids, but that doesn't mean that she can just go kill people.
Right.
And on top of that, there's just a lot of alarming stories coming out. She dropped out of middle school, later was expelled from high school. Even part-time jobs, a lot of her former employees and bosses, like coworkers and bosses, would come out and they said she got fired and couldn't hold down a job for such a long time. She would consistently manipulate coworkers against each other and just cause so much dysfunction in the workplace, it was impossible. She suffered from physical and verbal abuse from her childhood, but that doesn't really negate any of the things
Yeah,
that she
it doesn't
did. Stories from her
excuse
childhood just start
doing
piling on,
more.
and people say, if she's around, your glasses, your wallet, your lipstick that you've been using for 3 years, like, it doesn't matter how old or useless these items were, they would just disappear. Like, this girl has sticky fingers. One girl got her AirPods stolen in middle school, and she goes on to Carrot, which is like eBay, or like Facebook Marketplace, to just buy another pair of used ones because she's like, I don't want to buy new AirPods. She goes on there, and someone is selling one that looks exactly like hers. I don't know if she had like a sticker on there, but what are the odds? So the girl goes to her homeroom teacher in middle school, and she's like, I want to do a sting operation. I'm pissed off. I want to go and act like I'm buying these used AirPods, and I want to see who's selling my stolen AirPods. They arrive to the meeting spot, and guess who it is? Middle school year old Kim So-young. And they're asking her, like, how could you do something like this? And her reaction is so blank. She just says, yeah, whatever, you want it back or not? And hands the AirPods back. Speaking of resale, people found her Carrot website, like her account. She has over 100 items listed on sale for Carrot, and suspiciously they're all men's clothes, and it's not even that expensive. It would be like a $56 blazer, a $19 button up, a $23 shirt. There's a lot of interesting things happening there. But the one thing about the middle school, the AirPods, is she distinctly remembers her AirPods got stolen. So-young is caught selling them. She gets expelled from middle school, kicked out, transferred. And So-young is the one that goes and unfollows everyone from middle school on social media. Not only that, she blocks them. She mass blocks them as if they all stole from her. Another story comes out about a girl that went to a club with Kim So-young, and she said, I immediately just got a really bad vibe from her. She was always asking me really invasive questions like, I'm so jealous you have your own place. How much money do you have? Why can't I just come live with you? Why don't you introduce me to a boyfriend? Later, at a youth facility, Kim So-young meets this 언니, which is like an older sister figure. And one day, the 언니's wallet and AirPods go missing. And she tells Kim So-young about it. And Kim So-young has this really 뻔뻔한 attitude. It's, I guess audacious would be a similar word. Not really. There's a little more nuance to the Korean word, but perhaps. And she would just look at the 언니 and say, that sucks. I'm so sorry. If I even had $1 to my name, I would offer it to you.
What?
It's just like a really weird, it's just like a really weird thing to say. Like, what do you mean even if I had $1 to my name, I would offer it to you? But not as weird as when they check the cameras and they realize Kim So-young is the one that stole from her. The wallet, she returns. And then the 언니 is like, well, my AirPods, you took my AirPods too.
Sold
I
them.
don't have them anymore. What did you do with them? Did you sell them? No. I crushed them up and I flushed them down the toilet. That's not the only thing that she would steal. She would steal straight up pictures, photos of other people hanging out, and then pretend that they were her own and post them on her own Instagram. One other girl says she would literally screenshot every story that I posted and then repost it as if it were her Instagram story. When confronted about it, So-young would tell her that she's doing it to get revenge on an ex-boyfriend, and then she just went and blocked everybody.
What?
Sometimes she would message these, like she would unblock the girls that she hates and then write in their comments, fuck off, you piece of shit. And it's like, you unblock me. Sometimes she would write, God, you look so sleazy, so fucking sleazy. Another comment is, quote, your face has some fat in it and all your features are buried in the fat. But with that, there are still comments supporting So-young. Some people are saying she just wants to meet a boyfriend and dating is so hard in this day and age. She just felt used by men. She just wanted
You don't gotta kill him.
real genuine connection. Comments about the way she looks reads, she's like really pretty. She looks, I mean...
Why is there buzzing in her background?
I would drink the drink immediately too. She has genuinely beautiful eyes. Like they're sharp and yet beautiful and just like breathtaking. In a world where everyone kills each other, she just happened to get caught. I don't really think we should think much into it. Pretty face, well put together. She's got interest, just wanting love. I mean, she looks exactly like a typical girl her age. Looking through all her social media posts, it's sad that there's not a single picture with another person, you know? It seems like maybe she's lonely. I mean, she's got to serve her time, but I hope she gets to live a second life in genuine reflection. She's a true beauty. The meme in Korea suddenly became, if she's pretty, she must be forgiven. There is a checkpoint in Korea that has to be met for the identity of a perpetrator to be disclosed. The method of the crime has to be brutal. There has to be significant harm caused. There must be sufficient evidence to believe the suspect committed the crime, and there must be public interest, which there's enough information that she definitely committed these crimes. There is public interest. It's significant harm. She killed 2 people, but the brutal part, the prosecutors state the manner of the death and the killings was not brutal. They think, you know, you got to behead someone in order for that to be considered brutal. There's a lot of cases where someone was dismembered and that was up for debate about whether the perpetrator's identity should be released. That type of statement, the victims' families were beside themselves. They exploded. The internet rallied behind them. Like, how dare you decide if something is brutal or not? These people were killed and their families are now, they have to watch everybody say, look how pretty she is, look how pretty she is. There's no accountability. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? Police They won't release it. So the public are like, we gotta do something. This causes a whole stir. And finally, because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, everybody's already seen her pictures on social media. Victim's family are upset. Under that pressure, the prosecutors release Kim So-young's name, age, and her mugshot photos. And there's almost a collective silence in South Korea. The comments read, I think they arrested the wrong person. Are we sure these aren't two different suspects? Other people are commenting, this level of editing she does for her photos would bankrupt AI. It would use too many resources to sustain that just for her Instagram page. Others are saying, so everybody looks like a supermodel on Instagram and I don't see a single one of them on the street. The retouching on her photos must be insane. People went from defending her because she was the prettiest killer alive to now hating her because she's ugly in her mugshots.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Like she looks completely different?
Completely different. If her
Yeah,
Instagram
she
photo and her
looks
mugshot photos, I
different.
would say absolutely not. They're not even related. They're not even sisters.
Yeah.
So she's catfishing people too.
Netizens decide that Kim So-young, and this is where it gets crazy, okay? A lot of male netizens created a ranking of all the recent female killers in South Korea, their Instagram picture, and then their real mugshot. And people decide that Kim So-young is actually ranked on the uglier side of the female killers in South Korea.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why they made that ranking, but one person comments, we were tricked by the photo fillers. Looks completely different from her Instagram.
Okay, but
I
she-
take
she's
everything I
still
said about her
killed.
back. Others say she looks way older than 20. Another comment reads, and this got a lot of likes, add some fraud charges too. And a lot of women were very upset, rightfully, and they were commenting, Korean men cannot go a single day without rating a woman's looks. But Kim So-young is not going down without a fight. She starts releasing, and the trial is happening this month for this case.
I feel like it
in
might be
Korea.
more makeup.
She starts
than
releasing letters in prison to journalists, begging
editing.
journalists to air her words. A lot of people believe that she's manipulative and she's writing some crazy things. Every
I can
single
see some
letter
of the
reminds me
features.
of that very narcissistic person that you probably have encountered in your life at some point or another. You tell them, hey, narcissistic person, I didn't really enjoy it when you called me really ugly and disgusting to look at and then punched me in the face and then tried to ruin my life. So like, maybe you can not do that ever again. And they go, oh,
I
sorry,
do that?
I'll just go kill myself. And you're like, okay, well, that's not what I said at all. Is that? All of her letters are written like this. This is direct quotes. I should have died just when my dad was beating me. I should have just died then. I should have self-exited. Even when I took those online depression tests, it put me at the death stage, the most severe level. Why did I call my mom asking help for surviving? When I fell into the ocean as a kid, I should have just drowned. I should have just disappeared where nobody could have ever found me. Even then, my mom pulled me out of the water thinking that I was going to drown deep and submerged like that, but I survived. When I choked on that piece of candy as a kid and couldn't breathe, I should have just died. Even then, if my mom hadn't done the Heimlich maneuver, the candy would have stayed stuck and I would have died without being able to breathe. But I survived. Like, what? She starts describing how she used to try and self-exit and how she's annoyed that it didn't succeed. And like coming from someone who has been in dark places in her life, like this, I don't see this to be true at all. Like the fact that she's like, when I choked on a piece of candy when I was a kid, I should have just died then. It's so manipulative. She continues, I should have just let myself get stabbed by the knife that my dad threw at me. I should have
Maybe you
just run
should've.
into it. Then my mom wouldn't have to stay up all night blocking the door with her body all night to protect my sister and me, putting herself through all of that. If I had just been stabbed by his knife back then, there would have been none of this pain now. It would have been so much easier for me. Then my mom and sister could live better lives and I couldn't protect them. Everyone probably wants me dead anyway. If I'm going to get life in prison anyway, if I'm going to spend my whole life without seeing my family, I would rather die. Living scares me. If I had died back then, would I have been at peace? Would my mother and sister have had life a bit easier? Then she writes another letter to the journalist and she's like, you got to air these letters, by the way. The journalist is like, okay, I will. I think she genuinely thinks that she is manipulating the public. Yeah.
But nobody's buying it at this
No,
point, right? Okay.
everyone's like, are you dumb?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening? Another letter reads, I miss my mom. I'm scared. I want to be next to her. I want her to hold me. Please don't abandon me. I'm desperately, gut-wrenchingly regretful. I will faithfully accept punishment for what I did wrong. I'm sorry for shattering everyone's ordinary lives. Right now, I have two feelings fighting inside of me. Wanting to die, because it's also hard, and wanting to live. Mom, I need to eat your cooking one more time before I die. No one believes me, and I have no one in my corner. I know you'll all probably just hear it as excuses, but I'll write down the general gist of what I want to say. Even when I try to hold back tears, every single day is hard and terrifying. I'm crying all the time. I'm drained and exhausted. I don't want to live anymore. I'm someone with a lot of questions, and this is my first time inside a detention center, and there's so much I want to ask, but everyone is busy, and I can't even get anyone to answer. It's so suffocating. It's hard. I ask, and then I get no response. Being separated from my family in a place I've never been before, my heart just rots and tears apart hard every day, every single day. The fact that the garbage who calls himself my dad is watching my face in this case play out in the media makes me feel sick. All this media coverage is torture. My identity being made public and everybody recognize me is just so hard. Just being separated from my mom is devastating, and I can't sleep. I cry every day. I'm so worn out from crying.
It's like
Maybe don't
gibberish.
kill them.
It's like she couldn't
You're
make up
scared of
what she
that.
wanted to say. Like
No.
one point she wanted to play sad, one point she wanted to play this, and then she was like complaining about this.
Yeah, because I think she's trying so hard to not write down her real thoughts.
Yeah.
She's like, there's no one to open up to, no place to talk about the pain I'm carrying as a suspect.
I mean, they got
I wish they would
therapists, don't
expand the
they?
counseling services inside detention centers. It's just so hard. Then she writes, the journalist is like, okay, enough. Like, enough about this. I'm not going to air any more letters like this. Can you tell me why you did what you did? Like, just tell me that. And she writes, I'm not denying that I didn't give him the drugs, but I want to properly explain why I did it, because I was scared of being essayed. No one ever listens to my side, and it's so hard. I never thought and wanted to kill someone. I was just so scared that they would essay me and keep me there and not let me go. And in a moment of poor judgment, I mixed the drug into a hangover drink, gave it to them, put them to sleep. I was so traumatized and scared. I just wanted them to fall asleep so I could leave.
Weren't
And then
they
once they were
pre-made?
snoring, I would just leave. I had absolutely no idea that they would die. I had no plan. I had no intention to kill. I brought these hangover drinks with me to protect myself just in case. I had absolutely no idea that it would end up killing someone. I just wish that I had ended up as nothing more than a victim. Then none of this would have blown up like this. Like, no one would be suffering like this. I'm so sorry for the victims and their families and my own family. I was so scared and terrified. I should have just been the victim and nothing more.
You
She's like,
wrote
I should have
down
just
the
been
fact
essayed
it
by
didn't
them.
work.
Which, by the way, none of these men, and I am the last person to like root for men and going on dates with people that you've never met before. Like, trust me, none of these men were trying to essay her, evidenced by the text messages. She is the one begging them to get a motel room because the restaurant that she wants to try is delivery only. It's not like she goes on a date and they spend all this money and then they're like, let's go to a motel.
So premeditated.
Yes.
Try to kill them in a motel room.
Well, I mean,
Premeditated.
that's
She's
still
always asking
possible.
for a motel.
But
Always.
yeah, that
She's the
didn't
one that
happen.
brings it up repeatedly. And it's not this spur of the moment where she carries her sleeping pills with her because that's her prescription medication. She grinds them up, puts them in the hangover drink, and not only that, you know how they're in one of the motel rooms, there's a hangover drink on the side. That gets tested, it comes back clean, no drugs. She carries multiple bottles, one with drugs and one that's clean. She pours out the clean one and leaves it so that when police test it later, it comes back clean.
Whoa.
How does she
And
not
you're telling
mix
me
them
there's no
up?
premeditation. She's writing in her journal the dosage didn't knock him out. It was only a nuisance
Exactly.
because he kept waking up.
But do we know her motive? Is it money? Is it?
Money.
It's pretty much money,
Yeah.
right? Stealing.
Yeah. The reporter sends her another letter asking, what thoughts take up most of your time inside prison? Like, how has your outlook on life changed since the incident?
I can't
And she
believe
rambles
him.
briefly about her sister and mom before responding, why are so many strangers sending me letters? Honestly, these people are really weird. Why has my life been so rough? You know, I think about that. If I could turn back time, I would. Does everyone want me dead? Can I survive inside of here? I'm just so exhausted. When I was little, if I had just let my dad stab me with that knife, none of this would have happened. No one would be suffering. Media coverage is truly terrifying. Like, I get it now why people would self-exit from it. Nobody's on my side. Nobody's going to help me. Am I a psychopath? I'm going to die in here without seeing my family. Why is my mom not visiting? This is so hard. Why did I do that? I'm scared. I miss my mom. She continues to rant. Mental health treatment for suspects needs to be expanded. Counseling inside detention centers should be available all the time. As
they
often
not
as needed.
have
Please listen to what suspects have to say. The media
figured
reports
they
so much
would.
without actually knowing the facts. I think that kind of reporting can kill people, can kill suspects.
What the?
Yeah, I don't know what to say even. The top comments about her strange letters read, she seems like she has very low IQ based on how she writes, and it looks like she also has some sort of victim complex too. Gonna have a rough time in that prison, that one. Another one reads, she'll probably try the same routine in prison, playing victim, crying poor at me, you know, trying to turn people against each other, and she'll get dealt with accordingly. Another reads, hey, if there's one person out there reading this letter thinking, wait, could she be telling the truth? You gotta be careful, because people like her, everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie, except when she's breathing. Some people are defending her writing, saying she didn't want to get assaulted. She just wanted to hang out, put them to sleep, and leave. That doesn't qualify as premeditated murder. Maybe she's just dumb and didn't realize 50 pills was gonna kill them.
They wrote 50 pills?
You can't be that
Yeah.
dumb.
50 pills.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that is also not applicable because there are other ChatGPT questions that she had asked where she writes, what happens when you take sleeping pills and drink alcohol at the same time? If someone takes a lot of sleeping pills, will they die? In the police report, they included the exact response that she received. And they were like, yeah, you're gonna die. You cannot do that. And the worst part is there is a lot of anger with the police right now. So her very first killing was 11 days before her second killing. After the very first killing, they were able to find the motel CCTV footage, and they found that it's Kim So-young linked to the incident. They called Kim So-young, and they were going to arrange for a time for her to come in for a police interview.
Still,
And during that time, she killed another
looks like
person.
the Instagram photos.
I guess they thought it was, oh, there's no way that she killed him. Maybe he was doing drugs. They were thinking of all these things, and they didn't think that it would be that pertinent to go investigate immediately. But they could have very easily prevented the second death.
Right.
And they didn't. And then on top of that, the victims' families are upset because all this rhetoric online is, oh, well, the men were asking for it because they were probably going to essay her. And it's like, no, they weren't. They weren't even the ones that wanted to get a motel. She specifically, there's so many messages between the two victims where she's like, you get the motel room. You get the motel room. Oh, my favorite restaurant only delivers. They don't do dine-in. You have to get a motel room. Get this motel room. A lot of people are confused about the motive. I think the motive is money, but it's a small amount of money and food that it's puzzling to people. But experts say that she treated victims like a test subject. They're not human beings to her. They're just objects, and she controls them, studies them, experiments, and then just discards at her own will. That's it. She's going to be on trial for 2 counts of murder, aggravated assault, and violation of the Narcotics Control Act. Kim So-young has written to a very close source in jail that she's scared of getting life in prison and the fact that people are calling her a psychopath.
Psychopath, huh?
Yeah, and then she told this insider that she's really upset about the food in prison.
I was waiting for that. I knew she would mention the food.
She says, sometimes I eat it, sometimes I don't, because it's not very good.
Interesting. The food obsession.
And that is where we are with this case. One netizen comment reads, the fact that she killed people over a few chicken dinners, not even millions of dollars, is disturbing. Other people are saying she killed them so she could eat fried chicken by herself. I'm so confused what this world is turning into.
Yeah. Crazy. Well, YouTube, I'll see you next time. So, until next time, bye. Bye. I got like a message just now. Or is that a notification? I can't tell. That's crazy. I know that was a notification. Okay. I've still got, I think, 2 more videos to watch that are much shorter. Let me title the thing. That's crazy. Okay. Let me set up the next one. This one's much shorter. It's only 25 minutes. And the rest of the ones are under 20. I could have captions on. All that stuff. Yeah. Yep. Pause. Let's go back to the main thing. This one's probably a much different vibe. This paradox splits smart people 50-50. Well, I'm not smart, so let's see how I do with it, I guess. Oh, I didn't check who this was by. 1 second. Let me check. I don't know how to say that name. Okay. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and today I'm watching a video about a paradox that splits smart people 50-50. I don't know if it'll split me, because I'm not that smart. But the video is down below. I don't know how to pronounce the name of the channel, but check them out. And let's see if it splits me 50-50, 20-20. I'm not exactly sure what a paradox would even be like a theory, kind of.
There is a problem that I can't bring up without starting a fight.
Okay.
No, what? It just seems so obvious to me. Now I'm all screwed up, man.
It has infiltrated every single Veritasium meeting in the last 2
Veritasium,
months.
okay.
It's trivial.
I didn't think you would fall for this side.
Just makes sense.
Let's go!
Crazy.
And I even argued with Derek about it.
There's no way
Okay.
you're trying to convince me. I don't care.
So here's the setup.
Okay.
You walk into a room and there's a supercomputer and 2 boxes on the table.
Okay.
One box is open and it's got $1,000 in it. There's no trick, you know it's $1,000.
Okay.
The other box is a mystery box. You can't see inside. You also know that this supercomputer is very good at predicting people. It has correctly predicted the choices of thousands of people in the exact problem you're about to face. Now, you don't know what that problem is yet, but you do know that it has been correct almost every time.
Okay.
Now, the supercomputer says you can either take both boxes, that is the mystery box and the $1,000, or you can just take the mystery box. So what's in that mystery box? Well, the supercomputer tells you that before you walked into the room, it made a prediction about your choice. If the supercomputer predicted you would just take the mystery box and you'd leave the $1,000 on the table, well, then it put $1 million into the mystery box. But if the supercomputer predicted that you would take both boxes, then it put nothing in the mystery box.
Okay.
The supercomputer made its prediction before you knew about the problem, and it has already set up the boxes. It's not trying to trick you, it's not trying to deprive you of any money. Its only goal is to make the correct prediction. So what do? Do you take both boxes, or do you just take the mystery box?
I forget what it says I was gonna do. So if I took if I took both of them, it would give me 0. If I took only the mystery box, it would give me $1 million. Well, I mean, there's no downside to taking both of them. I would just take both of them. Why would you not take both of them? Because like either you get $1,000 and $1 million, or $1,000 and 0. Take them both, because it probably predicted I would want the $1,000 because I'm very money focused. I'm not going to take the risk with the $1 million with the mystery box, so I would take both of them. So it would probably have 0 in the box. So I would just take both the boxes and get my $1,000 and the slight chance of getting $1 million.
Don't worry about how the supercomputer is making its prediction.
Okay.
Instead of a computer, you could think of it as a super intelligent alien, a cunning demon, or even a team of the world's best psychologists.
Well, I feel like the computer made more sense than an alien or demon, but okay.
It really doesn't matter who or what is making the prediction.
Okay.
All you need to know is that they are extremely accurate,
Okay.
and that they made their prediction before you walked into the room.
Right.
Pause the video now if you want to think about it.
I would take both of them. Why would you not take both of them? Because if they got it wrong, you would get $1 million, and because if you take both of them and it predicted it wrong, you still get the $1 million, don't you? Right? And I know I'm a greedy fuck, so they would assume I'm taking the 1,000. So I mean, take both of them, right? Why would you not? I would take both of
Got
them.
your answer?
Yeah.
So I should just take 2 boxes, like obviously.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna take the $1 million and go with it.
Of course you take 2 boxes.
I would pick both boxes, I think.
I would not get the 2 boxes.
I think I'm taking both boxes.
Let's go.
Okay, this is seeming less
If you don't take the boxes, you'll probably get $0. You can at least guarantee the thing.
paradoxical than I thought, because I should just go in and take the mystery box only.
No. What?
There are 2 camps. 1 boxers who would take only the mystery box, and 2 boxers who take both.
But as American philosopher Robert Nozick wrote, to almost everyone, it is perfectly clear and obvious what should be done. The difficulty is that these people seem to divide almost evenly on the problem, with large numbers thinking that the opposite half is just being silly. This is known as Newcomb's paradox, named for its inventor, William Newcomb. The Guardian newspaper polled over 31,000 people about this problem in 2016. 53.5% were one-boxers and 46.5% were two-boxers.
I'm in the smaller portion.
Now, if you find it hard to see why anyone would pick the opposite side, well, here are the arguments for each camp.
Okay.
Look, I'm a reasonable guy, and I like money, so I'm gonna do whatever gets me the most money. So let's go weigh the outcomes of both of these decisions. First, I'm gonna say that the probability that the computer predicted my decision correctly is gonna be C. So the computer got it right. And because of that, the probability it got it wrong is gonna be 1 minus C. So let's look at what happens if I try to two-box. There is a C chance of me getting $1,000 and a 1 minus C chance of me getting $1,001,000. If I add these two together, I get a weighted sum, which is gonna tell me how much I can expect to get if I try to two-box. This is also known as expected utility, or the EU of two-boxing.
Wait,
I can just simplify.
Do I get the million if they're wrong, or if they're right? If they assume I'm lost, because I know I would want the guaranteed 1,000. So I would take the 2 boxes.
This expression a tiny bit. So let's look at what happens if I try to one box now. There's a C chance of me getting $1 million, and there's a 1 minus C chance of me getting nothing. So we can cancel this out, simplify this to just $1 million times C. If I equate these two expressions, I'm gonna get the C at which these two expected utilities are equal. And it turns out that the C at which this happens is 0.5005, or 50.05%, which means if the computer is better at predicting than what is basically random, then the expected utility of one boxing is going to be higher. Now I know that the computer is much better at predicting than that because it accurately predicted thousands of people before me, which means I'm sticking with my one box. Here's my $1 million. Take that, Casper. Thank you very much.
So I should go in and take the mystery box and leave the other. Because I'm assuming that its prediction is pretty good. It's a supercomputer.
Okay, so you're saying it's not paradoxical because the choice is obvious. I'm very surprised.
But
why?
In that moment, would you think about taking just the one? Or would in that moment, you wouldn't want to risk it, right? Because I would want the guarantee. I wouldn't want the maybe you get something, maybe you get nothing. Or I could get something and maybe a little more. That's how
because
I
to
feel.
me, the answer is also obvious. And to me, the answer is you take both boxes. Yeah. So here's how I think about the problem in a way that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
You know that the supercomputer has already set up the boxes. Yeah. So whatever I decide to do now, it doesn't change whether there's $0 or $1 million in that mystery box. And that gives us 4 possible options that I've written down here. If there is $0 in the mystery box, then I could one box and get $0. Or I could two box and get $1,000. But there could also be $1 million in the mystery box.
Okay, so I was right. So either way. Okay, my logic was sound. Okay. So yeah, you just take both. Why would you not?
And in that case, I would get $1 million if I one box, or I would get $1,001,000 if I two box. So I'm always better off by picking both boxes.
Yeah.
This is known as strategic dominance, where I always pick the dominant strategy, which in this case is to two box. So give me those boxes.
The two-boxer argument makes a lot of sense to me. Once you explain it, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see why exactly you're right. But I can also see that just having those thoughts in your brain are what might allow the computer to give you nothing.
But you get 1,000.
I think I'm grateful that I just don't have those thoughts.
1,008.
It's so funny because I was totally expecting you to go two box.
No way, man.
It seems like there are 2 perfectly reasonable approaches that give 2 completely different answers. And that's because your choice actually reveals something fundamental about how you make decisions. It comes down to these 2 statements. First, as far as you know, basically everyone who has taken 1 box has walked away a millionaire, and
No.
everyone who has taken 2 has walked away poor.
No.
The second, the supercomputer made its prediction before you even knew about the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The boxes are already set up, so your decision now can't change if the million is in there or not.
Yeah.
Both of these statements are true, but there's a hidden assumption in each that divides people.
We pick both, and the computer picks both.
You just get the $1,000.
I think I would just pick the mystery box. Just the mystery box, probably. Yeah.
I might be taking the mystery box.
Just the mystery box?
Yeah, might be.
Would it still be 0?
I don't know. I guess the supercomputer is right, no?
Here's the hidden assumption for us one-boxers. My expected utility calculations are based on probabilities that are using prior evidence of how accurate the supercomputer is, because the thousands of people that it accurately predicted before me is evidence enough for me that when I go for 1 box, there's gonna be $1 million waiting in there for me. This is based on something called evidential decision theory. And using this decision theory, you get these expected utilities, and my choice is obvious from there. And it turns out a lot of you actually thought the same way. We polled our audience, got more than 24,000 responses, and it turns out 2/3 of you are 1-boxers.
I know, it's crazy. I don't trust this.
It's looking to be like you're less and less rational with these results, Casper.
So your argument is kind of that if you 1-box, it will have predicted that you were going to 1-box and you'll walk out with the money. That is pretty convincing.
Casper, I'm starting to really doubt this 2-box side of things.
How could you not be a 2-boxer?
Gregor has this really funny way of
Well,
thinking
also, I know the machine would probably think I would go 2. So either way, it'd be empty. Because my brain wants guaranteed. So I would take the 1,000 and get maybe $1 million, maybe nothing, but I get 1,000. So better than get nothing.
things. But I make my decision based off something else, something a little more rational, because I believe that whatever I do now can't influence and change the past.
Right.
I only take into account things that I can actually influence. And clearly, whatever I do now, whatever I think now, is not going to change whether that $1 million is going to be in the mystery box or not,
right,
because it was already set up before I learned about the problem. Mm-hmm. This is known as causal decision theory, where you only take into account things that you can actually cause. Mm-hmm. And so with this, your expected utility calculation changes. And that's because you need to use a different probability, one where you could actually cause that $1 million to be in the mystery box or not. So right before the supercomputer made its prediction, there was some probability that it thought I was going to 1-box. I know, it's weird, but bear with me. So let's say that probability is P. That's the probability that I'm going to use in my expected utility calculation. Okay. And the expected utility to 1-box is just going to be 0 plus $1 million times P. Okay. That's pretty good. But the expected utility for 2-boxing is going to be $1,000 plus $1 million times P. Okay. But that's just the same as the expected utility for 1-boxing plus an extra $1,000. So no matter what the computer predicted, my expected utility is always higher by picking both boxes. So of course you're gonna 2-box. Anyone in their right mind would pick both boxes.
Yeah.
It's made the prediction before you're in there. Whether I have faith in this thing being 90% or 100%, it actually doesn't really matter. I think you guys are imposing your will on
Yes, it does. He's cooking, bro. Like, yeah, you guys think that your decision, whatever you think now is gonna change the past. That's called wishful thinking.
Yeah, like come on. I'm 2 boxes. It only makes sense. I'm back with Casper.
Exactly. Welcome to Camp 2-boxers.
I'm not losing $1 million. It was never in the room, man. You're gonna walk into a room and there's either money in the room or there isn't money in the room. Your question is, do you pick it up?
Of course.
We're trying to do you a favor here.
You're not doing me a favor because your decision making does not affect. Your little thought does not change God's mind, bro.
Henry, if you convince yourself that you're a 1-boxer, you've convinced the machine.
I don't believe that.
But you don't convince them till after.
I don't believe you convincing yourself should impact what the machine thinks.
Yeah,
of you.
they already
just
picked
walk into
it.
a room and it's already made.
It looked at the previous version of you, I imagine, the version of you before deciding to trick the robot. So you can't trick him now. It's too late. Okay? Too late.
The prediction, you can't
Take
impact
2.
it, you know?
So whatever you think is more important, whether that's the evidence of the supercomputer's accuracy or the fact that the boxes are already set up, well, that affects how you calculate the expected utility.
And because both of those assumptions are true, both camps have valid answers.
But if there's no right answer, then is this just a meaningless problem? Well, not really. Because it actually reveals a surprising amount about three important questions. Does free will exist? What does it mean to be rational? And is there an ideal way to act in life? For example, the only way you're going to win this game is to already be the kind of person to 1 box, but then 2 box at the last second anyways. That's the only way you're gonna get $1,000,000. But some would argue that that itself is impossible. If the predictor is so good, let's say it's 100% accurate, then that's not even possible.
Right.
Would you say that's true?
Yeah.
Then a follow-up question is, if such a perfect predictor would exist, does that mean that free will doesn't exist? Because you're saying there's nothing you can do in between walking in.
What?
Is, if such a perfect predictor would exist, does that mean that free will doesn't exist? Because
No. It just means it puts together in this scenario, it knows what you've been through, and that shapes how you react, how you have actions based on you went through such and such, it caused you to do such and such now that you're older. The robot takes that into account and goes, okay, you'll do this thing based on this previous stuff. It's not saying, like, it's not forcing you to do this. You still have free will in the fact that you chose to do it, I would think. You just kind of do it because that's every moment has led up to this thing, but every moment was your choice. So, free will. Yay. Yeah.
Because you're saying there's nothing you can do in between walking into that room and making your decision that ends up changing what was predetermined.
That's right. And maybe this reveals where I'm coming from. And I think where I'm coming from is maybe free will doesn't exist. I come down on this point of like, free will is an illusion, but our world operates in a way that is indistinguishable from free will being real. And therefore you have to act as though it's real, as though it's 100% real.
Interesting.
I like my
if we
reason
think that
better.
Free will is not real and it's an illusion. And then you have someone who's committing crimes. And then you want to say, well, that's not his fault. Therefore, instead of putting, murderers in jail for 25 years, we're just gonna give them some gardening classes or something. Like, the problem is that then changes the environment where everyone knows you can kill someone and you can go to like do the gardening. So you can't change the system based on the knowledge that it's an illusion. Whether we do or don't.
But if free will didn't exist, wouldn't the fact that wouldn't that not like affect how they handle the fact that a killer just gets out? Because wouldn't it be, if free will didn't exist, wouldn't they kill whether or not that other killer got 25 years or guarding classes, right? Wouldn't they still do the same thing because it would be predetermined if free will didn't exist? Would that not be how it worked?
Have free will, you have to live as though it exists.
So you've still got to make a choice. 1 box or
But
2 boxes?
If you live as
Which
though
brings us
free
to
will
our
exists, is that not a free will thing to think? Huh?
Question. What does it mean to be rational?
And the guy who acted rationally and doesn't believe his thoughts can influence the past.
But your rational choice will have given you $1,000.
I know. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Let's see what I can buy with $1 million.
Not
None of these
much.
look great. I think we could be more creative. Private Island sounds pretty nice.
No,
What do you wanna
no,
go
no,
buy with
no.
1,000, man?
No, no island.
This is known as the why ain't you rich argument, which boils down to one super annoying question. If you're so smart, then why ain't you rich? If winning is getting more money, then of course the 1 boxers are going to end up better off than the 2 boxers. But maybe it's not about who wins, but about what's rational.
I mean, $1 million is a lot, but the interest has gone down so far, so much, the buying power, I mean, has gone down so much. It's nothing like it used to be. You can't even buy like that cardboard house anymore with $1 million.
1978 paper, philosophers Gibbard and Harper argue that the rational choice is to pick both boxes. Although they do admit that two boxers will fare worse. They instead say that the game is rigged, and if someone rational. In their 1978 paper, philosophers Gibbard and Harper argue that the rational choice is to pick both boxes. Although they do admit that two boxers will fare worse. They instead say that the game is rigged, and if someone is very good at predicting behavior and rewards predicted irrationality richly, then irrationality will be richly rewarded. But I think that's a bit of a cop-out, because really, Newcomb's paradox reveals something surprising. That sometimes, in order to be a rational person, you must act irrationally.
There's one question of what's a rational person. There's another question of what's a rational act.
Nice.
Most of the time, rational people do rational acts. Sometimes they just don't. And I think this is analogous to the situation in the prisoner's dilemma.
In the prisoner's dilemma, you and another player compete for money by either cooperating or defecting.
Okay.
If you both cooperate, then you get 3 coins each. But if you defect and your opponent cooperates, then you get 5 coins and they get nothing.
Right.
And if you both defect, you get 1 coin each. So no matter what your opponent does, you are always better off by defecting.
Yeah.
But if you play this game not once, but repeatedly, then everything changes. All of a sudden, you're better off by cooperating.
Right.
What's a rational society?
But they could turn on you and then defect. I am so jealous of people who aren't Americans. You can't even get like a 1-bedroom house for like under 200,000 that isn't in like a 100 population town. And if you're in like a big town, it's like 500 minimum for like a decent, like single person house. That's crazy. Damn. Wow. I feel like expensive here is like upwards of $1 million. America's so fucked.
Is full of cooperators. What's a rational person? Maybe a rational person is a defector. And normally you might expect a rational society is made up of rational people. But I think it's familiar that rationality at one level isn't compatible with rationality at the other level.
So while the rational act is the 2-box, a rational society would actually be full of 1-boxers.
Why?
Now, I'm a fervent 2-boxer, but there are 3 ways that you can get me to 1 box.
Okay.
The first is if my choices now can actually change the past. For example, say the supercomputer makes its prediction by opening up some tiny wormhole to see the future. Well, in that case, if I choose 1 box now, that actually causes the $1 million to be placed in there in the past. So
I would say a mansion here is like, it depends on the stage. But for like big places, like 5 million maybe, because $1 million could still be like a decent like house. Yeah, for real. 1 bath, not even a toilet, $1 million. You ain't even in like Hollywood. You're just in a random California house. $1 million. That's how it goes.
Second, if there are multiple trials, because now with every game, each of my choices builds up a reputation. So if I 1-box, then I'll be predicted as the kind of person to 1-box, and so I get the $1 million either in this round or a later one. And third is if I can pre-commit. If I can talk to the computer to make my case before it makes its prediction, then I will 100% 1-box. Because staying true to my word is important to me.
That's not a part.
Know that.
Talk about word.
That is not a part of the paradox. That was not added. Okay? That was not part of the deal. What do you mean it's not gambling? There's no other way to earn money. But like, these other problems are not a part of the original thing. You don't get more than one choice. You don't get like previous knowledge of anything. These two things are not possible. That's you're putting false things. Exactly. Gambling is so reliable. Coming from a gambler with like $1,000 down the hole. But you can't just add rules like that. You can't just add that.
Yeah, 100% one box. Yeah.
You can't do that.
But there are some realistic scenarios where
That's
staying true to a
cheating.
worse option could have deadly consequences.
Huh?
On the 29th of August, 1949, the Soviet Union detonated the RDS-1 bomb
What?
as part of their first nuclear weapons test.
What the fuck kind of transition is that? What kind of transition is that? Oh yeah, would you pick the 1 box or 2 box? Would you green or red? Would you detonate a bomb? No. What kind of segue is that? What kind of segue is that? What are you doing? Why?
This sent the US and the USSR into a furious arms race. By the mid-1960s, the US had over 30,000 nuclear warheads, and the USSR had just over 6,000. Both sides were more than capable of destroying the other. The US Secretary of Defense at the time, Robert McNamara...
Is this a... Do they stockpile? Or do they make up and befriend kind of situation? Like, do they betray one's trust? Is that the
didn't advocate for
theorem?
disarmament. Instead, he recommended a strategy of assured destruction, where the US should be able to deter a deliberate nuclear attack by maintaining a highly reliable ability to inflict an unacceptable degree of damage upon any single aggressor. This strategy eventually became known as mutually assured destruction, or MAD. If either country attacked first, the other would surely retaliate and lead to total annihilation of both sides.
Right.
So having that commitment to retaliate is beneficial. It stops the attack from happening in the first place.
Now, say you are the US president during the Cold War. You have publicly committed to retaliate if the US is ever attacked.
Right.
But you've just received word that the Soviets have launched their missiles. It's not a system error, it is a real. So what do? If you launch now, then at best everyone in the US and USSR dies. And at worst, you get a nuclear winter that kills nearly everyone on the planet.
Everyone in the whole world dies. Then I probably don't launch.
But you did pre-commit.
Yep. I don't like the outcome.
No, it's terrible.
I don't like the outcome of everyone on Earth dying, so I'm gonna just not.
I like the outcome of everyone on Earth dying. Push the button. I mean, maybe push it. Maybe
Trees
don't.
electing their leader. Which leader do you want to elect? Do you want to elect someone who's crazy and is always going to press that button? Or do you want to elect someone who makes the seemingly rational choice of saving people and not press that button?
I think you want someone who maintains
You get a missile. You get a missile. You get a missile. Everyone gets a missile. Yeah.
the posture of always pushing that button.
That's right.
And then you want someone who secretly will not actually push that button.
There is an inherent risk there, which is that if anyone finds out, you're exposed.
There's this other game theory interaction in the game they call chicken. You're both driving your cars at each other. The worst thing is if neither of you swerve.
Anyone can push that button.
That's right.
And then you the posture.
People and not press that button.
I think you want
makes the seem who's crazy and is always going to press that button? Or do you want to elect someone who makes the seemingly rational choice of saving people and not press that button?
I think you want someone who maintains the posture of always pushing that button.
That's right.
And then you want someone who secretly will not actually push that button.
There is an inherent risk there, which is that if anyone finds out, you're exposed.
There's this other game theory interaction in the game they call chicken.
Psychological
You're both
stuff,
driving your cars at each other. The worst thing is if neither of you swerves, because then you both die. But you win if the other person swerves and you don't. The best strategy in this game
me and my bro are playing a chicken. It's been years. He's still committed to the bit. We just had our second kid. I'm still waiting for him to back out. But like, he never backs out. He just backs into me every night in the ass. One day I will beat him at gay chicken, okay? One day. I'm in this for the long haul.
Take the steering wheel out of your car and throw it out the window so that the opponent can see that you've done that. Now they know you cannot swerve. You're this mad dog that's just going straight ahead. And now they realize, now my best action is just to swerve. And that's similarly like what you want with the nuclear deterrent, as they set up in Dr. Strangelove.
In the 1963 film Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, the Russians built the perfect doomsday device. As soon as it detects a nuclear attack or any tampering, it automatically triggers a large enough nuclear explosion to kill everyone on the planet.
The tampering kill switch isn't there to prevent enemies from disabling it, it's to prevent the Russians themselves from having second thoughts. Now, the whole point of the device is to be so devastating and automatic that the US would never even think about launching an attack. But this only works if everyone knows that the device exists,
right?
Which is the whole point of the movie.
In both Newcomb's paradox and Matt, the best outcome follows from a pre-commitment to a worse option. That's what gets you at least $1 million in the former and a tense but stable peace in the latter. It's the commitment that's important. So maybe being rational isn't deciding about what to choose in the moment, but it's about deciding what rules you're going to live by.
The question isn't how to act. The question is, what rules ought one to follow, or how does one even decide what rules to follow? Sometimes it's
Okay, but that's not in the original question. This is stuff you added. That's not a part of it. The question is 1 box or 2 box. You can't be doing all this. This is adding irrelevant stuff. Okay? You better give me my $1 million and my 1K.
in the form of, if you knew that you were a robot with programming that you could set, and you could rewire yourself to make yourself obey one set of rules rather than another. The question is, what sort of rules would you wire yourself to obey? And what you would do is you would make yourself into the kind of creature that sort of always acts in line with the commitments that would have been good to form had you even known about the problem.
But you don't.
A situation like the Newcomb case, you would
But you
end up finding
don't. You don't know about the situation. You don't know about the situation. The situation specifically states you had no idea this would happen. This you can't do this stuff. Illegal. I call hacks. I call cheats.
I'll think, if I had been able to make a pre-commitment, what
Well, you
pre-commitment
can't.
would have been the good one to make? The good pre-commitment to make would have been to be a one-boxer.
But don't care about
And
that.
since I've
You can't
already
choose that.
wired myself up to be the kind of person that lives up to all the pre-commitments I would have made, then I'm already, in effect, committed
It's
to
almost
one-boxing,
done.
even though I didn't realize it.
I love this approach because for me, it kind of makes it an iterated problem, but maybe more an iterated problem in life. If I don't look at it as a single case and I sort of almost think about it as for every future predictor, for every future case, or like almost building your own reputation, right?
Exactly.
Like you always want to live up to the commitments you've made. So even if you haven't heard of it before, you'd want to stick to
I don't
those.
care. I'm only considering this in this one specific case, okay? I don't care about the bigger picture, okay? I don't care. I know that's what you're getting at. I don't care the bigger picture. I want this specific instance. Nothing else.
Ideal pre-commitment so that you are acting in line with the best version of yourself.
My
Yeah,
worst
that would
version
convince me to
is
be a
my
one
best
boxer.
self.
It's rare to convince anyone to switch on the Newcomb problem.
The thing is,
I ain't
even if I
switching.
never run into another
I'm in
generous
bed.
supercomputer again, life doesn't end after I walk out of that room. Like, I should always defect in a one-shot prisoner's dilemma because I
Yeah.
can only gain by betraying the other player. But
Yeah.
when I play multiple rounds of the game, like in life or in society, everything changes. Suddenly, it pays to cooperate.
Be a good
so being the kind of
person,
person
blah,
that
blah,
sticks to an
blah.
ideal pre-commitment is beneficial. So maybe I was just a one-boxer kind of guy all along.
Don't
all
be
it
a
took
bad
was a little
person.
reframing and a new perspective.
At the end.
The core of Newcomb's paradox is deciding if a strong correlation that you know isn't causal should matter in your decision.
So the question is, what do you do? Do you pick both boxes or do you just pick the mystery box?
Might be taking the mystery box.
I would pick both boxes, I think.
I also pick both boxes, so.
I'll take the mystery box.
Okay, why? Okay, so you would pick just the mystery box and probably get the $1 million.
Yeah.
So that's based off, I guess that it's almost always been correct. So there's this correlation. Do we think that correlation is the same as causation?
But how can you tease out what's causation and what's just correlation? That's
What's
a
the
difficult
difference
problem that
in
has
the meaning?
applications
I don't
far
know.
beyond thought experiments. For example, how can you tell whether a drug really works or if any beneficial effects are simply due to random chance? Big questions like these, combined with hands-on learning, is what I love about today's sponsor, Brilliant.
No. That is the end of the actual video, so I will there's the QR code. Dudes. But that's where I will end the video off. Let me know down below which box would you choose, and would you cause a nuclear fallout? Let me know down below. Okay. Bye-bye, YouTube. Until next time. Wow. Is that a lot of coffee? I don't know if that's a little bit or a lot. I don't drink coffee. Okay, let me go to the next video. Okay, this one I've been a little interested in. Well, for me it's a different time, so I didn't know. Sometimes it's mornings for me, night for others. Okay, this one interests me a lot. For my own personal reasons. Nope, wrong thing. Wow. Okay. We asked a diagnosed sociopath 15 tough questions. Honesty box. Am I at the very first second? Okay. Yeah. I don't like how it froze.
So no, I'm not.
Okay. Let me have a drink. I wonder how long this one's gonna take me. I feel like I'm gonna pause a lot in this one. Okay. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and welcome to Mistic Reacts. Today I'm watching a video about nope, I need to redo that. Open the wrong thing. What? Okay. I'm watching the video. Okay. What's up, everyone? My name is Mistic, and today I'm watching the video. We asked a diagnosed sociopath 15 tough questions. Honesty box. Now, I just want to say I am not diagnosed with any personality things, just like PTSD and like depression, anxiety shit. But I know there's definitely something not quite right with my personality. So I feel like I will have a lot to say about these. But one thing, just to start off with, that a little gripe I have is that I'm guessing that they're putting her identity on full display because you can see her, you can hear her. I feel like maybe providing her some anonymity would make the answers more honest, because I feel more honest when, you know, I'm behind a screen and not, you know, connecting my identity with the things I say. So I think her answers might be a little different because of that. So, yeah, let's get into it.
So no, I've never wanted to kill cats. And I'm going to be specific there, not cats. There are things I've done in my childhood, but never to cats.
I have never hurt any non-insect bug. Yeah. Anything else has been like accidentally like stepping on them. That's not the thing I wanted to do. I have like watched bugs like drown in bug spray or water and stuff, or like squish them, but not anything bigger than that.
I'm Kanika, the diagnosed sociopath, and I'm here to answer questions from the honesty box.
So they're being very open with their identity, which kind of worries me.
Personal definition of a sociopath. Well, to me, a sociopath is someone who has been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and has specific antisocial behaviors. I would say a sociopath is someone who does not have empathy, who does not have remorse, and doesn't have guilt. I personally don't think that there's any room in society for guilt because it's just a useless emotion.
And the clinical diagnosis, does that differ from that?
Sociopathy is not a medical term.
But the bug wasn't a
So
threat.
when people talk about
Some of them are just like flies, but I also generally just have a big fear of bugs. But nothing to ladybugs or butterflies because I think they're cute. So, and they're also not harmful, even if they're not. I am very scared of bees, wasps, anything that can sting me, bite me, anything like that. I'm terrified of.
it, it's usually informal. I know I use it informally. It doesn't have a,
Yeah.
it is not in the DSM. You need to be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, which is characterized by a lack of empathy, guilt, and remorse.
I would be interested in, getting tested, but I don't want to deal with the effects of getting diagnosed because I know certain places don't like you if you're, somewhat crazy. It definitely hinders job opportunities or like travel plans, so definitely don't want to do that. I need to
A lot of
travel.
people claim to be sociopaths and they think, oh, I've done bad things before. Am I a sociopath? And the answer is no. Most of you still have empathy, guilt, and remorse, and what people like to call it conscience. We don't have that. Are you born a sociopath or do you become one? So I'm in the firm belief that anyone with factor 1 traits, which is the callousness, the grandiosity, the glibness, the charm, that's all born. You're born with that. And that's where the distinction comes in between sociopathy and psychopathy. So psychopathy is based on the Hare checklist, which is the work of a clinical psychologist who is Canadian. And so there's a lot of traits that can be ascribed to factor 1 versus factor 2. So factor 1 is when you don't commit like crimes out of passion. You don't react out of heat, out of anger in the moment. You react out of coldness and a long calculated strategy. And that's what I believe I have. The thing is I'm not impulsive and reckless. I am when it comes to adventures. I am not when it comes to revenge and plots. I can spend a year, 2 years working on a plot.
I don't think I'm very reckless when it comes to adventures, but I definitely calculate every interaction I have with anyone. In real life, at least. Not so much online, but like everything I say to someone in real life has some kind of thing behind it, whether it's how they perceive me, what impression it gives them, what like if I do X for someone, will it get them to do Y for me, or will it get them to think Y of me? If not, why do it? Otherwise, there's no point.
Get into fist fights. I do not get aggressive. I do not do things that will cost me my freedom, my life, and my social circle.
Yeah.
How can you spot a sociopath?
Watch Dexter.
People think sociopaths are going to be scary in person, that there's a distinction between them and other people. The truth is there really isn't. What I notice in a fellow sociopath is the eyes.
They're the president.
The eyes are pretty soulless. If you see me get
Are
angry,
my eyes soulless?
you will see my eyes become soulless. But I personally had to teach myself how to blink more often because I was freaking people out. And so that's something that you will notice. The ability to hold eye contact for as long as possible.
I mean, your eyes are
Usually
still
because
soulless.
we don't have the same stress response as other people. We're also very calm in tough situations, and we're calm when we even get like almost hit by a car, like I was the other day. My heart rate did not go up at all. So when you notice someone who is exceptionally calm, exceptionally good in stress, it's highly likely that they could be a sociopath. Do you have friends? I'm a sociopath. I'm not like a serial killer, okay? Of course I have friends. Like, do you think I'm like AI or something?
I've got two friends.
I have so many friends. I've had long-term friends. I've had people who I find to be disposable.
I kind of think most of my friends I've had some kind of motive behind them, some, disposability. But I say the people that I'm friends with now, there's not really a solid cause. It's just I enjoy them, and that's good enough for me.
And so I'll get rid of them when they stop having a use.
Yeah.
But my real friends who are within the core, they get the best friendship imaginable. Like, I will do anything for these people. But where you'll lose me is consistency. And so whoever falls off based on that, I understand. I'd be annoyed too.
What do you look for in a friend?
I like someone who is going to be loyal, who will not generally start fights or create a hierarchy within the friendship circle. I don't like hierarchies in those social settings. I need someone who is willing to be there for me at 2 a.m. like I'm there for them at 2 a.m.
I would not be there for them at 2 a.m.
I believe it's approximately
50% of the time.
4% of the population has ASPD, and I would say it's probably more than the 4%. What percentage of the population has ASPD? I believe it's approximately 1 to 4% of the population has ASPD.
It's definitely more than that.
And I would
because people don't want to get diagnosed with it, because then they're gonna be like obvious suspects for something, or treated differently, not get jobs, not go to places.
say it's probably more than that because women are very underrepresented, and that's probably because our acts are not usually violent because we are small. We don't have the same advantages of men in that domain.
Is there an even gender split?
No, absolutely not. Men are far more likely to be sociopathic. Men are far more likely to be psychopathic. Men are far more likely to be violent, to be aggressive.
Well, that ain't really
and to have the physical side in order
psychopathic,
to
is it?
assert that dominance. Whereas women just don't.
That's
have
just
that.
kind of how they're raised.
Best way of dealing with a sociopath. Okay, so this depends on whether you are dealing with a bad sociopath who you want to get rid of versus someone you want to keep. So if you want to get rid of a sociopath, what you have to do is become exceptionally boring. We cannot tolerate it. We honestly cannot tolerate boredom. So the minute you start being less interesting to us, we'll lose. Like, we'll drop you. You could become very needy, very clingy, very dull.
I've dropped almost every blood. You wouldn't keep me. How dare you? How dare you? I think I've dropped every blood relationship that has no like financial or social gain to me. So okay, good. That was a really bad typo. That was a really bad typo. Well, I am a bat, so I can fly, okay? I can fly from that cliff. How dare you?
Ugly, gain some weight. That sort of stuff will make us lose interest in you.
Wait, what?
We are so bored.
What'd you call me?
You could become very needy, very clingy, very dull. Ugly, gain some weight. That sort of stuff will make us lose interest.
Okay, that would not make me lose interest, because my stuff isn't based on looks, it's based on more status stuff. Well, I don't drink coffee, so your coffee's safe.
We are so bored as a baseline. If you bore us even more, we're gonna cut you real quick. Like, you'll be out of here in no time.
When you say bored as a baseline, what do you mean by that?
So I get bored basically just existing. So I don't necessarily feel boredom in the way a child would, but I feel this
How
like
does
sense
a
of
child
restlessness
feel
or
boredom?
agitation when I'm not actively a part
What's the
of
difference?
something that's going to bring me success or bring me fun. So that's when I start, but I feel this like, so I don't necessarily feel boredom in the way a child would, but I feel this like sense of restlessness or agitation when I'm not actively a part of something that's going to bring me success or bring me fun. So that's when I start spending.
Okay, yeah, okay, I get what she's saying. Because I don't get bored that much, but that's also because for the last 10 years, all I've been doing is making content in hopes of becoming something. Or also just doing whatever I find fun. I don't really, if it doesn't interest me, I don't try to do it. I just do whatever I want. I find interesting, so I don't leave room for boredom that much. So I can't really relate to the boredom thing because I don't experience it that much. I've just been kind of creating content for hours every day for years, and that's my fun. That is my meaning, my purpose.
Wild amounts of money, going on trips I never planned earlier, just forgetting medications
I could
and
not.
deciding to stop taking.
I could not do those things because my purpose is to be able to travel to Japan, and if I spend recklessly, I can't do that. So then why exist if not to do that? Which is a little bit exaggeration, but
that boredom really gets in your bones, and then you just have to do something about it. So it's already so bad. When you exacerbate it, of course we're going to get rid of you. Did you want to kill cats as a child?
No.
No, I don't think I've ever wanted to kill cats.
I have a
adore
cat.
Cats.
I might be biased because I have my own cat that I've had since childhood. Okay, I just thought of something that I don't think I should say. But that it doesn't apply to my cat. And it wasn't. Yeah.
I have 4 Persian cats. So no, I never wanted to kill cats. And I'm going to be specific.
Next question.
Not cats. There are things I've done in my childhood, but never to cats.
Do you want to elaborate or no?
I have cats and dogs.
I was a very violent child. I didn't carry that out past approximately.
I was not a very violent child. At least in terms of, like, to other people. Is your cat edible? What? Chocolate? Milk, dark, or white chocolate? But I was not, like, a violent kid to, like, other people. I was definitely violent towards myself and, like, my objects. Chocolate. Oh, is that, like, the, really big, poofy ones? I think I've seen photos of those kinds. Like, my violence was, like, myself, or, like, this is embarrassing, but when I couldn't get, like, but, like, when I was younger and I couldn't do, something, I don't know why I would do this, but I would just, like, bite and tear into my sleeves until they gave in when I was, like, elementary, middle school. I don't know the logic why I did this, All I know is it worked. So I just kept doing that because it worked. So is that I'm not gonna mention the actual violence on myself, but that is a weird thing to think about that I did.
I'm only 12. And let's just say in India, when I visited, we visit every December.
Oh.
It's a lot easier to get around the law. It's a lot easier to get around even violence towards other people, towards animals.
No
But
comment.
it's never been cats. It never will be cats. I
For-
love cats.
No
so
comment
much.
for anything.
What emotions do you have? Again, I'm a sociopath. I'm not AI. I'm not a robot. I have
Are
all
you
the
sure
emotions.
you're
I
not
just don't experience
AI?
empathy, guilt, or remorse. I think the strongest emotions I feel are rage, contempt. Contempt is probably the strongest feeling I have. Disgust. Like people could do the mildest thing and it will trigger
I'd say
disgust. Like most of my actions.
jealousy, disgust, wanting to like make an impact. I don't know what that feeling would be. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted sub to Kasami. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wow. I updated my alerts after my debut. Actually, before my debut. But thank you.
Very controlled, they're very precise and planned out. But sometimes I do have a rage attack and I worry that one day it might go too far.
I don't,
What does
because
a
I'm.
rage attack look like?
I don't really worry about that because I know that my goals, my bucket list, will prevent me from doing anything irrational until I complete the bucket list, which is 1, I want to become known, and 2, I want to visit Japan. I don't know why I'm so set on that, but those are my 2 life goals before I do something I shouldn't say.
So I've been told
joking.
that it looks like the soul has left my body. My eyes look a lot darker. I have previously attempted to hurt someone with a knife. I've pushed people down flights of stairs.
I thought of that.
The rage attack is kind of like just irrational. Like you can't talk me out of it. Like I need the time to calm down because if anyone is getting in the way of that, they're going to be a casualty, unfortunately.
Do you feel joy and happiness?
Yes, I do. I do feel joy. I feel happiness. I feel happy for others if they are part of that call because I see that as myself succeeding.
Okay, that last sentence. Okay, it makes sense. I was gonna say my happiness for others or sadness for others is very self-centered. So, I sometimes feel happiness and sad without a reason for people. Thank you. But for the most part, it is kind of self-centered for me. Thank you. The assets are by PB Slayer. They're not actually on the model. They're not actually there. But thank you. Okay, I understand where she's getting at for that. Because for the most part, it's not pure selflessness of feeling something for someone's success.
I also do experience jealousy and entitlement to an extent. So it's kind of like this baseline of boredom, and then anyone can do something like that I find offensive and it will trigger contempt, and then that'll mean they're out of my life. I know a child with this. What advice can you give me in terms of care? Well, firstly, no child has antisocial personality disorder. All they can have is callous
You can't
and emotional
diagnose
traits
them.
and conduct disorder, which I had. if you have a kid who is showing the kind of callous emotional traits that you would see in a sociopath, it's very important to take that child to the right sort of therapy early. Because even when
I had therapy, just not for that. And I basically told the therapist absolutely nothing because they were shit. I just kind of didn't. I always got them just talk about themselves or get them just ask about my art. I don't think I ever told them anything meaningful for like the year or two I went. I don't know.
I was 21, which is when I got diagnosed, my psychiatrist, he's a forensic psychiatrist, he mainly works with prisoners, he wasn't quick to give me my label because he thought, look, you're 21, your brain's still malleable, we can kind of do what we can to negate these qualities. But eventually he just realized that it was immutable in me. It was completely immutable. There was nothing that they could do to change that. All he could do was show me how bad the prisons were in order for me to not commit strong acts of violence. But yeah, no children can have this, and no child is just a monster from childhood. Like, no child is like that.
Well,
like, even when I was 3, my mum.
there are there is like a serial killer child that existed. I would say they are by definition a monster, or like children who somehow assault people their age or younger. I would feel like that's a monster from childhood. They might not be, a sociopath, psychopath, or something diagnosed, but that's something definitely they were almost certainly born with. Whether or not they're born with it, they're still a monster in that case.
Stuff, which I thought was like quite despicable to say to a 3-year-old, but
What'd she say?
Which I like that. Like, even when I was 3, but yeah, no children can have this, and no child is just a monster from childhood. Like, no child is like that. Like, even when I was 3, my mum used to call me a monster, which I thought was like quite despicable to say to a 3-year-old, but
really,
it is what it is.
And you mentioned therapy.
They don't know the meaning of that word. Who cares?
Therapy? What's the kind of end goal?
Therapy was, I don't think it was effective in, let's say, curing the sociopathy or psychopathy. It wasn't like that. It was more just managing the symptoms rather than treating them. Because the thing is with therapy, it can make you worse because it teaches you how to manipulate more effectively and which language to use to extract the most you can out of other people and still sound decent and humane while you're doing it. So I don't think therapy is necessarily effective.
What I just talked about.
It is nice to have someone who you can vent to who won't judge you, which is fun. Do sociopaths thrive in leadership positions? Yes, we do. I did exceptionally well in leadership positions. In politics, in finance. It's exactly what we were born to do.
I don't want to do that.
We are born to rule, I believe. Because we are not encumbered by like the ills of society.
I want to fly under the radar, at least in terms of control. Maybe not so much like I do want fame. I don't want the pressure or the responsibility that comes with that kind of leadership. I do want the fame and money that comes with it, just not so much the responsibility asset. Which, considering the current president, I guess there's not much responsibility to actually have. So I wouldn't mind that actually. I don't like the responsibility aspect or too many people relying on the things I do.
Norms. We don't have to follow those. And when we're given power, we use it properly. And we create the most successful businesses. We lead people far better than other people can lead people. We can make the decisions that would cripple empaths.
Maybe.
Like, we are able to do things that will create profits no matter whose neck we have to step on. And that's really what you
Okay.
need in these positions.
Fair enough.
And I think also it's a constructive way to use
I just don't want to
our
deal
nature
with
gave
that.
us.
Do you think a lot of world leaders are sociopaths or psychopaths?
Oh, 100%. 100%. I don't necessarily want to get sued, but let
They
me just
act
say
like
a
'em,
lot of world leaders
is
are
all I'll
very
say.
sociopathic, if not full-blown antisocial personality disorder. What stops you from acting out when someone like Bundy didn't?
Fear of getting
So
caught.
Bundy had
Fear of getting caught. The fact that Bundy didn't have as much technology as there is nowadays. Like, shit was a lot easier back then. You can't do that, half of that shit anymore and be successful. And like, I also just want to get my goals done. I don't have time for that.
the privilege of existing in the 1970s when
Yeah.
surveillance wasn't a thing, and
Yeah.
we didn't have Uber, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Meta, like tracking our every movement.
Barely had
when the police didn't
fingerprints.
understand how DNA worked. That was something that Bundy was very, very.
Am I back? My thing crashed, didn't it? Am I back? Hopefully I'm back.
We didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Meta, like tracking our every movement.
Yep.
When the police didn't understand how DNA worked, that
Yep.
was something that Bundy was very, very privileged to have.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, now one thing is I don't have the size advantage. Like, I would have to do something very stealthy if I'm trying to get rid of somebody, whereas a man can use physical strength to overpower somebody.
Right.
Which I think Bundy was he had the freedom to do it. He had the motive to do it. That was the only thing that really gave him joy. Whereas
Okay,
I
good.
can get joy out of other domains, even if it means like toning down my sadism. I can.
Yeah, I can get joy from things that aren't too much to other people's too much of other people's demise. Thank you. Do not abandon me or else.
Still get joy from other things that I do,
Mhm.
which I think the ones who are very violent and it's tied to their sexuality, it's kind of like they go to a certain
Mine's
level and they just
not.
can't come back. And so I
I am
always
very
try
sexual,
to
just
understand
not
where that
in
threshold
that
is for
way.
me and understand that if I go past that, I'm going to throw my entire life away. And I can throw minor things away. Like, I can throw away a year or like 2. But if I commit an act of brutality, there's like a 99% chance I will get caught because
Right.
I'd be sloppy. Like, Bundy himself was also sloppy.
I wouldn't
but
be.
a lot of them weren't. A lot of them were
But-
clean about what they did. And even if they weren't, like, no one was going to catch them. Whereas for me, I'd get caught real quick. So I don't have that luxury. I don't have the strength luxury. And I don't have the ability to spend a long time incarcerated.
Mhm.
And I understand where my threshold is. And clearly a lot of these people didn't, especially Bundy.
Do you think what he did was wrong?
Yes, I do think what he did was wrong. I do think he deserved the death penalty, and I do think he could have never been rehabilitated. I
Yeah.
believe that he would have tried to escape again. Ted took such joy in taking people's lives. Yeah, he said that he felt
Yeah,
like God.
the joy and the stuff he did before or after. I don't remember the specifics of his crime, but just the killing aspect, I don't really have a strong opinion on. It's the before and after stuff he did that makes it wrong to me.
So there's no fixing that, unfortunately. If sociopaths ran the world, what would get better?
There you
Our
do.
transport systems, they'd be a lot faster. We would get to where we need to be because we have to backstab some people on time. We would be excellent surgeons, so hospitals would be of the highest quality if you could afford to go.
Would they?
Because we just want to have material gain.
Yeah,
We want to have
okay,
material
fair
gain, we want to have social dominance, and we want to live in a world that worships the kind of people that we are. So we would create the most efficient but heartless city and country if we were in charge.
Do you think humanity would survive if everyone was a sociopath?
Yes, I think it would be a very productive society. It would be very streamlined. we would probably have more deaths, more murders, more violent crime.
Yeah.
But our whole budget, it would run pretty well because we have the control, we have the desire to take as much of that profit as we can. So with everybody trying to take it, you just have to level up. And so essentially you just get leveled up the entire way up. And by that time, if your neck hasn't been stepped on, I mean, you'd feel pretty good about yourself. And it would be so efficient. It would be so just like bliss. But people are too worried about hurting other people's emotions and using the correct words to describe people, making everyone feel included, and it's just a waste of time. Do you wish you were different?
Yeah.
No, I like my life. I like who I am. I like how I can do things that other people would be scared to do. I like that I take risks. I like that I'm able to find connection with people in a way that they find meaningful.
I wish I could I could get a better connection with people that wasn't transactional. And I wish I didn't have certain thoughts or impulses, or that like people didn't look at me a certain way if something slips. So I don't like that I'm the way I am. So, but I also try and probably, I don't know, very much bury that down
I'm
inside.
glad that I don't have to worry about rejection, anxiety, abandonment. I just don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be real. I don't give a fuck about losing people. If someone is offended by something that I do, all right, piss off. Sayonara. I don't care. If someone thinks that that I need them to live, I will cut you off. Like I managed to cut off siblings who I lived in the same house with. Like literally, I didn't talk to my brother for about 2 years, and we lived in the same house. So it's kind of.
I wish I could manage that.
And I appreciate
Not
that.
because
I
of like,
appreciate not
not because I feel
up
the
on guilt.
need to talk to them, but I wish they would get the fucking hint. Because I try to avoid one of my roommates in particular, and they won't catch the fucking hint because they have tendencies. I can't outright say it because they definitely outpower me. But I wish they would catch the fucking hint.
Same house with. Like literally, I didn't talk to my brother for about 2 years, and we lived in the same house. So it's kind of it's very freeing, and I appreciate that. I appreciate not being hung up on guilt and feeling shitty about situations I can't change. I only think of the present. I don't think about the past. I don't think about the future. I live life properly. Have you ever been in love? I've been in love twice. I'm in love now. I think for me, love is an act. It's not a feeling. I will appreciate someone's value in my life, and I will decide to love them. I will do whatever's in their best interest because I see them as an extension of myself, and I would never want myself to be harmed. So if anyone with me is, attacked or bullied or treated poorly by anybody, I will be there no matter what. And yes, I would.
I feel like I would say it's a feeling for me, but I would not put their life above mine on anything more than like small situations. Like I would not risk prison for someone else. I would not risk major harm for someone else. I would not risk moderate financial stuff for someone else unless I benefit. So
risk present for them, because if someone's going to harm them, then I would rather neutralize that and then go to prison than allow that torment to continue. So in terms of romantic love, I think my loyalty is second to none. And if I
Mine's
decide to
not.
be in a relationship with you, I will put you above all else. And I will every single day love you as an action. And I don't just do flowery words. Like, I will go out and do the exact things that make that person happy. And I think it's a more
I
effective
mean, I
way
would
to love.
try to do that. I just wouldn't go to
Can two sociopaths be in a
links.
relationship?
Yes, two sociopaths actually could be in a relationship, but they would be in a power struggle constantly and like trying to outplay each other. Or they could become notorious criminals. It's kind of like one of two options.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah.
How manipulative are you? I am the most manipulative person you will ever meet. Like, I am so good at it. I don't mean to boast, but like, my manipulations are so fantastic. And I can lie better than I would say anybody. I would pass a lie detector test so easily.
That's not a hard. That's not a hard thing to do. I feel like the fact that you're saying that is kind of a part of the holy shit. That's a part of manipulation, because that don't mean jack shit. A dog could pass a polygraph. It could bark and it would say, true. Like, that's not a hard thing to do. Plenty of people can pass a polygraph. That's why they're not used in court. They don't mean jack shit.
Anybody, I would pass a lie detector test so easily.
So what?
The lies are what makes the sociopath. The lies are the only things keeping us going. Okay? We are so good at lying. That's like our number one like hobby, our number one skill. Lying is like, it's like breathing oxygen. Because it's not a lie if you believe it.
Have you lied during
I don't believe him.
No, unfortunately I have been honest. As goes with the territory, I was informed that I need to answer honestly.
The biggest misconception about psychopaths, definitely, is that they're all really clever. That is not true. You almost always see that they have a below average IQ. Yes.
That's mean. That's rude. I think I was about average on certain tests I took online. I'm surprised they didn't ask, like, I don't know, murdery questions. But let me know what you thought of this video down below. And until next time, bye. Wow. I think I have one more video. I think we're on the fourth one. I don't think I'm a narcissist. I think too lowly of myself for that. I don't think I could be considered that. I have some class. I don't know what the word would be. Maybe I am low IQ. Damn. Is the video gonna load? There we go. Okay, that threw me off. Okay, subtitles. Yeah. This is a good segue, because the next video is, did technology wipe out serial killers? I mean, it didn't wipe them out. It definitely maybe adds a little bit of friction, or at least prevents them. Like, they get caught first, earlier than they would have normally. I should say that stuff in the video, and not before I press record. I'm almost out of my drink. Ugh. Watered down fruit punch is not a good taste. How's my phone doing? Holy shit, that is hot. That's not a good sign. Okay. What's up, YouTube? My name is Mistic, and today we're watching a video called Did Technology Wipe Out Serial Killers? I mean, it definitely hinders them, or like catches them early. I wouldn't say it wiped them out, because, you know, people still be killing. But let's see what they think. Let's see the logic.
Why did the so-called golden age of serial killers come to such an abrupt end?
Whenever fingerprints became like a online thing and not like a paper database, I would say is probably when it started to end.
Because the world changed. Because the net closed in. Because cameras went up, databases went live, phones started ringing 3 digits instead of 10, and the internet connected everything. See, the monsters didn't stop. The world stopped letting them move. Did technology kill the serial killer? Welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. If you've been following along, you know I've been building a series asking, where did all the serial killers go? What killed the so-called golden age of serial killers?
Okay.
You know, that strange, terrifying stretch in the 70s and 80s when it felt like Kemper, Berkowitz, and Ramirez were everywhere all at once. So far, I've tackled lead poisoning, DNA, long-haul trucking, even the controversial idea that serial killers just evolved into mass shooters. If you're new here, hit subscribe,
is that controversial?
Check out the backlog, and dive into the comments, because honestly,
that feels like a there's definitely a correlation. I don't know if why is that controversial? The killer's gonna kill. Either they can do it in one attempt, or they can do it over a short period and not get as many. Why is that controversial?
that's where half of the real conversation happens. There are thousands of theories down there in some cases, and I love reading through them. But today, I want to zoom out a little wider. I want to talk about technology in the big sense. The stuff that turned the late 20th century into the early 21st. Not just DNA, but everything else. Let's start with this chart, because you know I love a good chart. And if you've been around here for a little while, this chart is starting to look very, very familiar.
Serial killers?
Serial killings in the US peak in the late 70s and early 80s, spiking way above anything seen before. Then, suddenly, by mid-90s, downhill, a sharp decline. By the 2000s, the line is flat. I mean, barely a shadow of its former self. Now, overlay another line. Technological adoption. Home computers, cell phones, surveillance cameras, national crime databases, the spread of 911 systems, the internet, the rise of caller ID, ATMs with cameras, even store security systems. And those two lines, look, they almost cross like an X. As the killers drop, tech rises. Coincidence?
I think
As we see again, maybe. But again, hard to ignore the timing. When I first started looking at this, it reminded me of my own hometown, actually, when we first started installing its first set of traffic cameras. People complained like crazy. It's like, oh, Big Brother's watching. They said it was pointless. But guess what happened? Car accidents at that intersection where they put in the first ones dropped by like almost half.
Really?
I mean, not because people suddenly cared about safety, but because they knew they were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator in 1977. No cameras, no databases, no caller ID. It was like the wild fucking West. The NCIC,
Why did it spike in the
National
70s,
Crime
80s, not
Information
60s?
Center, went live in 1967, but it really came into its own in the 80s and 90s.
The National Crime Information Center is a computerized system serving all law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal.
You could think of it as like a giant digital filing cabinet for law enforcement across the U.S. It stores everything. Criminal records, stolen vehicles, missing persons, warrants, fingerprints. Suddenly, you got a cop in Nebraska could type in a license plate and know instantly if it was connected to a crime in Arizona.
Right.
I mean, that was revolutionary. Then came VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, launched by the FBI.
That sounds like a medicine.
In 1985. VICAP was designed specifically with serial offenders in mind. It's a database that tracks the details of violent crimes, methods, victim types, crime scene signatures, and it looks for patterns across jurisdictions. So if a strangulation in Kansas looked eerily similar to one in Oklahoma, VICAP could flag it. Before that, those cases would have lived and died in separate filing cabinets. I mean, that seems absolutely huge, don't you think? I mean, even if it wasn't perfect, and VICAP especially struggled in the early years because not every department was using it properly or reporting it. It was the beginning of a net, though. A net that got tighter every single year.
The beginning of the end. Say cheese!
Let's talk about cameras. In the 70s, you could walk down a street, grab someone, shove them into a car, and unless somebody physically saw you with their own two eyes, you were invisible. Surveillance cameras were incredibly rare, grainy if they were there, and just local. By the late 90s, though, suddenly cameras are everywhere. So look at Israel Keys. He thought he was smarter than the system. He planned meticulously, stashed kill kits across states, went to extraordinary lengths to beat the system and go undetected. But when he abducted Samantha Koenig in 2012, cameras began closing the circle almost immediately. An ATM camera caught him withdrawing money from her account. Gas station cameras picked up the car he was driving. Each frame, each timestamp, stitched together his trail. In another era, he probably would have slipped through. So here's where I think about my own childhood again. I grew up in the 90s, so when the first camcorders were becoming a little more common, my friend's mom had one of these giant ones, it was like this big. It basically had a VCR.
My grandmother had one of those.
She'd bring it to our baseball games, and it looked like a news crew was showing up. But by the time I was in high school, cameras, they were getting smaller. We had digital cameras, right? Like those Canon Power Shots and stuff. And then a few years later, of course, phones. I can't even imagine being able to do something violent in public and not ending up on like a dozen lenses at this point. See, serial killers are predators of opportunity. Take away anonymity, and you're taking away half their hunting ground. It's easy to forget how revolutionary the 911 system was. I assumed it had been around like practically forever. I was pretty shocked when researching for this very episode to learn that nationwide adoption of 911, that didn't even start until the 80s. And it wasn't even until the mid-90s.
That's earlier than I thought it would be.
Before that, you had to find a landline.
I kind of thought he would say 2001. But, okay, 80s makes sense. I was thinking maybe 90s. Okay.
You know the number for the local police and, like, pray to God and hope that they picked up. That's fucking wild. Oh, he's having a heart attack. Quick. Somebody call 555-737-2768. Like, Jesus.
1-800.
Now at caller ID.
Police.
Before the 90s, a guy like BTK could torment the police and victims' families even. Endless anonymous phone calls. Technology finally broke that tool too. I mean, imagine a serial killer somehow missed that memo. Like, imagine BTK. Hello, this is BTK calling. Says here this is Dennis Rader. Oh shit. Hey, well, I got you. You know if it's possible by chance to trace a floppy disk?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
That's kind of funny, but it's literally how it went down, idiot. He asked the police through a newspaper personal ad,
I don't know
which
why
is how they were
he thought they'd be honest.
if it was possible to trace a floppy disk. Obviously, the police responded with, no, of course not. No. So dumb old Dennis sends a floppy disk to the police. Metadata immediately traced it back to a computer at Dennis's church. And speaking of computers, the internet changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
Not just for killers, but for victims too. In the 70s, if someone went missing, word traveled very slowly. Posters on telephone poles. You've seen it on movies and TV, but for real, posters on telephone poles. I mean, local
like people do with dogs.
Maybe you get a police press conference. But now, a missing persons alert can go viral in hours. Photos shared across the globe, entire communities mobilized online.
I have all those damn alerts turned off.
Magnotta.
They're
See,
so
he wanted
annoying.
to be infamous,
I
and he
ain't
used
gonna
the
do
internet
shit.
as his stage.
Why am I getting the alert?
Before he ever killed a person, he posted disturbing videos online of animal cruelty. Entire internet communities spotted the clips, debated whether they were real, and started trying to track him down. So when he murders Jun Lin in 2012, he filmed it, uploaded the footage, and then fled the country. And here's where the internet really showed its power. Interpol alerts went out, news stories raced ahead of him, and thousands of strangers on the internet picked up the trail. So if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary...
You didn't schedule that
this
shit?
one, Don't Fuck with Cats, you know the story. A handful of amateur sleuths on Facebook went full detective mode. They froze frames, analyzed the backgrounds, tracked down items in the room, even tried to triangulate his location based on things like the style of electrical outlets. See, for better or worse, the internet made it possible for the average person to play detective. And it's not always a good thing. Vigilante internet investigators can easily misidentify people, ruin innocent lives even. But in Magnotta's case, it created a pressure cooker. He couldn't move without someone online trying to pin him down. He was finally caught by technology and his own vanity. He went into an internet cafe in Berlin, logged online to read stories. What do you think he was reading about?
His kill.
Himself. The clerk recognized him, called the police, and the net snapped shut. Now, here's the pushback. If technology really killed the serial killer, why do we still see cases pop up? Why do we still uncover guys like Samuel Little, who confessed to killing 90 women over decades?
Well, weren't his things kind of majority older?
Seems to me that maybe some killers adapted. They targeted the most vulnerable, the homeless, sex workers, addicts.
A few still
People society
slip through the
still tends
cracks.
to overlook. Even with tech, if nobody cares enough to look for the victim, the predator can slip through. So maybe it's not that technology ended serial killers entirely. Maybe it's just made the game harder. The careers that used to last decades now burn out in 1 or 2 murders. And that brings me to the bigger question. Did technology really kill the serial killer, or did it just change the shape of the shadows? Because every time we build a new wall, predators find a crack. DNA, databases, cameras, they close doors, but human darkness doesn't just vanish, it adapts. And maybe the scariest thought is this. For all the progress we've made, are we just fooling ourselves? Is safety real? Or is it just another illusion until the next predator figures out how to beat the system?
I mean, there's limits.
What do you think?
I mean, it definitely stops majority. I mean, you can't really in this scenario, I don't think you can prevent it 100% of the time. You could probably get pretty damn close, but someone will find a way to beat it.
Technology and the golden age of serial killers? Or are the monsters still out there, just better hidden?
Well, we're not in
Did
the
we
golden
build a
age.
safer world, or just a world with a new kind of danger? I want to hear your thoughts, so drop them in the comments, argue it out, share your theories. If you want to dive deeper, check out my other episodes on DNA, lead poisoning, long-haul truckers.
Let me know if I should
the
do
idea
that
serial killers
down
evolved into mass
below.
shooters. And if you're new here, hey, hit that subscribe button, because I'm not done with these questions yet.
Well, you seem done with them for now, but okay. I'll end that video there, and until next time, bye. And I will be ending it here because my phone is on its last life, and I don't have any more videos for tonight, so I will end it there. Let me rename this. We got 5 videos in. There we go. Okay then, until next time, bye. Bye. Wait, that's wrong music. Holy shit, my phone is so hot. It's I don't know if it stopped charging or if it used so much power it started going dead. It did its best. Holy shit. I feel like I'm at a campfire. I'm warming myself up. Jesus. I really need to get a stand that has a fan. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I like to end on a rounded number, so I'm gonna keep humming until it's 410. Also, it takes like 20 minutes for my phone to cool down, so that'll be fun. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, until next time, bye.